good, my ghouls and goblins? Wow, look at that. Just mid gulp.
Mid gulp.
Great love over here. Not wasting any time, getting right into the drink. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm doing well. It's been a long, busy day. I've been looking forward to this one all week, hopping into another edition of Reely Scared. This feels like a big one to me, man. I don't know if that's the same for you.
Yeah, it's a big one.
A big one. Kind of intimidating to step up to the plate on tonight's film, but we've got a lot of help, so thankfully we don't have to do it by ourselves. Welcome to Reely Scared. This is the live streaming weekly horror movie podcast where every single week we are joined by one, if not two, special guests to discuss a horror film of their choosing. Tonight we're going to be joined by great friends of the show, KaylaMarieTea and Paige Farrow, to discuss Ari Aster's Midsommar. Oh yes, the big Midsommar, a very polarizing movie. I think, Connor, you said it well on Twitter. Everybody has an opinion on this movie.
Yeah, I remember when the movie came out, and me and Paige, who will be joining us in a little bit, we got into some heated arguments on Twitter, not with each other, but like we ganged up on some people.
You ganged up on some people. You put them in the corner. You let them know. Your opinion's wrong.
The guy was pretty shitty.
Pretty shitty.
He was like, Christian did nothing wrong.
That's okay.
And we were like, okay.
That's a great new hashtag to start.
Well, you're wrong, and this is why you're wrong.
Christian did nothing wrong. Well, I don't know if we'll have arguments on the show, but I'm definitely looking forward to the conversation that's coming this way in a couple minutes. Got First School in the chat. Not only the first school, but always the first one to greet us every Thursday evening. Let us know that the great ghouls and goblins out there are picking up what we're throwing down. Lets us know that we're live and we're doing our thing. Great to see you, First School. Love you so much. Thank you for watching. Man, it's going to be a great show. Somehow KaylaMarieTea on her way to the show while also in chat. This is amazing. I've never seen anything like this before. Amazing. Looking forward to tonight's show. If you, like I said earlier, if this is your first time tuning in to Reely Scared, first of all, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. Or if you're listening after the fact, now watching live, thank you for listening. We very much appreciate it. Of course, if you're not already, make sure to follow us on Twitch. Soon that follow button will become a subscribe button. But for now, you can follow us on Twitch. It's a great way to support the show. Of course, like on Facebook, follow us or subscribe to us on YouTube. I can't keep up with what you're supposed to do on all these platforms. They all have different buttons that say different things. Just do the thing that makes me happy on the platform that you like. That's what I'm saying. Of course, on the audio channels, what should they be doing over there, Connor?
Leaving us a little cutie.
Yeah, you don't have to write a novel. I don't need your whole life story. If you want to share your whole life story, you can, but you don't have to do the director's cut of your Apple iTunes review. You can just throw on a little tiny cutie, short and sweet. Drop a couple stars and let us know what you think of the show. Not only do I love hearing what you think, but it's a great way to support us and helps us build out our platform and lets us do amazing, cool new things down the road. So be sure to leave us a little cutie on your podcast listening service of choice. We're on all of them at this point. I don't think there's any that we've really missed. Whichever one you like, that's what we're on. Of course, perhaps even the best way to support this show is to head on over to where, Connor?
WretchedApparel.com.
WretchedApparel.com, our glorious sponsor, a great horror movie themed and inspired apparel line. Not only can you go over to WretchedApparel.com, but you can purchase things like the Slasher hoodie. And when you do it, you use promo code Reely Scared, all one word, just like it is right there, to get 10% off your order. How about that? Or maybe you get this hoodie there. It's cold, windy. There's a polar vortex moving in. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta have heavy clothing. You gotta layer up. Maybe you get both hoodies, wear them at the same time. I don't know. It's getting real cold and real scary out here. So try that out. And they got, of course, t-shirts as well. They got great stuff over there, WretchedApparel.com. Use promo code Reely Scared and get 10% off. You save a little money, you support a small business, and you help out your favorite horror movie podcast. Isn't that great? Isn't that sweet? We're all winners when you go to WretchedApparel.com. So check them out and send us a little cutie pic. Cutie pic in your WretchedApparel.com apparel. But we'll post it up. Tell you how good you look. I don't know. Just an idea. Check it out. Lastly, before we get started, bring our wonderful guests in here. Lastly, if you missed it, we had a little bit of a bonus episode this past week on Tuesday. Tuesday night, we put up a bonus episode with the director of Baskin. Of course, we talked so much about Baskin at the start of the year. Also directed films like Housewife and Girl with No Mouth. John Evrenol, a great Turkish writer-director. He sat down and chatted with us about one of his favorite horror films, In the Mouth of Madness, a very underrated John Carpenter flick. In the Mouth of Madness with John Evrenol. That was awesome. A great opportunity. We had such a great time and a great conversation with John. So if you missed that, that is up right now on our YouTube and is also available on all of the aforementioned audio podcast channels. So if you missed it, go check it out. John Evrenol. Hell of a guy, hell of a director. Oh, man. Connor, how are you feeling? You ready to get this thing started? How are your teeth?
I'm ready. My teeth, it's just one tooth. Feeling a little rough. That's why I have the bottle of wine, but I'm ready to go.
Numbing it up. A little bit of wine. I myself, numbing it up with, of course, as I showed you earlier, the Squirrel brand peanut butter whiskey. Not a sponsor. I don't know. Just some sort of nebulous force in this galaxy that I am pouring down my gullet. Peanut butter flavored whiskey. Who knew it was possible? And First School loves Wretched Apparel. And even has a little bit of a Midsommar pick on there. You'd love to see it. Wow. Themed. Love it. Looks great. Our own channel's even in chat saying have a good show. Looking forward to that. Awesome. Thanks, Who Are They Real Entertainment. We'll try our best. Thank you for the support. We always appreciate it. And she says the peanut butter whiskey is so good. It is pretty good. It goes down smooth. A little too smooth, maybe. You got to be careful with this stuff. All right. Why don't we bring in our special guest and let's talk about Midsommar. You know them. They've been on the show before. It's been a while. We can't wait to have them both on at the same time. Oh, my God. What a crossover. What a collaboration. Of course, we are bringing on friend of the show and Twitch streamer KaylaMarieTea, as well as artist Paige Farrow. Woo! Welcome back to the show. How you guys doing tonight?
Pretty great.
Pretty good. Pretty great.
I'm in high spirits. We'll see what happens after I watch the movie, but I'm in high spirits now.
Yeah, this I gotta tell you, this was like I mentioned it before, kind of almost intimidating to be doing this movie tonight. Not only because it is so recent and so big and so polarizing, but man, for me, it's just like really takes something out of you. At least for me to sit down and just watch Midsommar. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's the same for you guys. Obviously, we're gonna get into it, but this had been the first time that I had watched this since the initial time. It's only the second time I ever watched Midsommar. Had you guys seen it a couple of times by now? Is it a big movie for you?
A lot.
This is the second time I've seen it in 3 months. This is like the fourth time I've seen it, I think. Fourth or fifth.
I mean, it's a big undertaking if you don't.
It's.
If you really just sit down and focus on it. Like, sometimes I watch it just in the background, but to sit down and actually just put all your attention on it, it's exhausting.
Yes, I would agree 100%. It is. I don't know if grueling's the right word, but it's just like it takes a tax on you emotionally. It's just it's a lot. It kind of sets the tone for your day. You know what I mean? Like if you watch a movie, that's a significant chunk of your day. You know, but I was still excited to visit for the first time, revisit it for the first time in a long time, rather. You know, whenever we get into these movies and we talk to these guests, I always like to just start off by hearing, you know, obviously we always ask our guests, you know, which movie do you want to watch? And there's really no restrictions or rules on it. It's just kind of up to their own interpretation, whichever direction they want to take it. And in this instance, what was interesting was we were talking to both of you guys at the same time, getting your episodes locked in, and you both said Midsommar. So I was like, well, shoot, I don't want to make either of these guests pick a different movie because I know you guys are both very into this film, very passionate about this film. So I thought it'd be a shame to have you talk about anything else. So why not combine your episodes? And here we are, the four of us talking about Midsommar. But at first, I would love to hear why, when prompted, this is the movie that came to mind. This is what you chose. I'd love to hear from both of you on this one.
Go for it, Paige.
It's a hard one. I think it's going to take a lot of people to kind of dive into it anyways. To have four of us is going to be really, really interesting to see everyone's views on it. Mm-hmm. It's a long conversation. I think that's why I wanted to pick it. It's, Ari Aster's got a really good conversation starter, so I'm ready.
Absolutely. What about you, Kayla? Why was this the film that initially came to mind when you were like, what am I going to pick? Midsommar.
I really enjoy things that are super emotional, like video game wise, like Last of Us is like one of my favorites. And I just like things that really like connect super hard emotionally with me. And I think Midsommar is one of those movies. So there's a lot of like parallels and things that I can compare it to. And I think it gives me a lot to say about it. So, but I mean, I've just like, it's weird because I watched the movie the first time in theaters and I kind of was like, what the fuck did I just watch? And then I watched it again and then I was like, man, that made me really anxious. And then I watched it like 10 more times and I just like can't stop. So I don't know. It's just one of I don't know. It's just movies don't normally speak to me like that. And I was just like, this one's so fucking weird. Like, I don't know. So
I've noticed that effect on people from Ari Aster specifically, not just with this, but with Hereditary as well, where some people are just like enraptured at its spell and like can't stop coming back to it and experiencing it again and again. So not to get too ahead of ourselves, but I very much enjoy this movie, and the same can be said for Hereditary. But like, I don't have the nerve sometimes to just sit down and watch these movies. They're great and they're highly entertaining and so nuanced and like dense, and there's so much to think about and discuss. But sometimes it's just like it is intimidating for me to like, I'm going to sit down and get in the right headspace for this specifically. I think it's almost even just the first 10 minutes of the movie. They open so intensely, not like few films do. And it's just like, oh, it's such a gut punch, you know, and you're just kind of stuck. Mm-hmm. You're like climbing out of that hole for the rest of the movie. And which I think is the intention, but oh my God, this is an intense movie.
I get stuck on that first half of the movie because I think the first half, or maybe even a little bit past that, is like the most where it like goes into like the relationship part, and that's the part that I like the most about it. So I always like to rewatch that part over and over.
So with Ari Aster's movies, I saw Hereditary and Midsommar in theaters like opening night. And like the reaction from the crowd for both movies was so like diverse and like so weird. Like in Hereditary, when Toni Collette is like sawing her head off, spoilers, there's like some people laughing and then some people like cringing, and like I'm like, stop laughing, this is terrifying. And then, like,
it scared me pretty deeply.
In Midsommar, there was like a 40-year-old couple making out, people like cringing, people laughing. And I'm like, I don't know how to act in this movie. This is so weird.
I kind of get that though, because there is so much to interpret. Like both of these films throw so much at you. And it is kind of overwhelming in a way where you could go so many different ways. And I also think these movies are like deceptively funny.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's an accident, but for me, sometimes like you mentioned that scene in Hereditary. Second time I watched it, I did kind of laugh, and I was like, I didn't expect to react that way. But I think it's like so over the top and crazy, it almost like breaks your brain, and all you can do is just kind of like throw your hands up and go, "Oh shit!" Which I think this movie itself almost actually does towards the end, and we'll get in that obviously as we progress. But
there's definitely things to laugh at. Like there's stuff that I mean, it just seems like they're trying for that too.
Yeah, this movie is quite literally and like figuratively a trip, and a lot of complicated feelings can come from it. And some people, I think, don't like to engage with the film that way. I think that's why you see that this had such a polarizing reaction, as did Hereditary, as do really all the sort of A24 horror films. That's definitely the trend I noticed. I didn't see this one in theater, so I didn't get to sort of immerse myself in everybody's reactions. I saw this at home for the first time. But I can think of when I saw Hereditary in the theater, or like the one I always think of is It Comes at Night, or like the movie ends and they aren't what I expected. Either of them were, or what I expected. And the lights come up, and like there's always that guy who stands up and is like, "It's the worst movie I ever saw," you know. But it's kind of the double-edged sword, because these movies get, you know, a really great marketing that, you know, original, smaller, like lower to mid-budget horror films don't often get, and they also get marketed as straightforward horror movies. Like Hereditary, I remember in the trailers, looks like a scary kid movie. And it's something way different. It Comes at Night looks like a zombie movie, way different. And this, I think, was maybe more forthcoming, but still was like, come see the scary cult movie. And then it's a lot more complicated than that. And people just don't. People sometimes just want your straightforward jump scare haunted house movie, which this really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the trailers and like the promo for this movie was a lot of just her screaming. And the movie wasn't really that for a lot of it. It was way more like emotional, and the trailers made it seem to me like it was going to be like way more high horror focused, but it was more like psychological.
Yeah. There are physical threats, you know, and I would say antagonists in the film, but yeah, it's not so straightforward. Definitely more psychological. Yeah, in your skin, scary. That's a good way to put it. It really like manifests within, and some people just don't know. For some people, I guess that's just not effective at all. You know, they want to see the monster pop out of the water, or the scary guy run through the wall with the knife, and like that's your idea of horror, and that's as far as you want to take it. And obviously, you know, Connor and I have talked about all varieties of horror films. So like for me, none are less valid or effective. I really appreciate all renditions, but this is definitely something else that resonates differently and doesn't resonate at all for some people. And I guess I get it. It is different, but it resonates very much for me.
A lot of these movies, they tend to be really personable, but I feel like this one and his prior work to Midsommar is personable in a way of you can relate more to it because it shows like the shitty parts of a relationship and a different realm that you ever wanted to accept for yourself, I guess. And I think that's why I really thought Christian's character was super important to include in Danny's journey towards the end of the film. And I know he's like, everyone hates him, whatever, but I think paying attention to him in the movie multiple times of watching it and kind of focusing on different people in it, he was really, really important to just face up against and look at when you're watching it. And I think that's why I really like it, and how Ari Aster writes in general, because of somebody like Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you bring up like the failing relationship, and a lot of those scenes like really breaks you down and like gets you in that like mindset of like, I don't know, it seems like after those scenes happen, you're more susceptible to like the things that happen once they're in like the community. Like the scenes that really just like hurt me are like when she apologizes to him for the shitty things that he's doing. Like she's like, no, I'm sorry. Then I'm like, when after her, won't get into it, but after her family dies and he's like kind of just like talking down to her, and she's like, well, then I'm sorry.
Right.
And it's like, oh no. And it happens a few more times, and it's just like, it hurts like seeing those scenes.
I think that's a great place to start too, because I think part of what makes Ari Aster's films so different, and this is even true with his short films, at least the ones that I've seen, as he starts with sort of, I don't know if basic's the right word, but he starts with kind of just this very human idea or theme or event. And then I feel like builds the plot out from there and figures out, okay, so like Hereditary, that's a family drama, you know, this traumatic death. How does it affect and drive apart a family? And then figuring out, okay, where's the horror movie that I can make out of that idea too? This, you know, a relationship that's far past its end date, you know, and it festers and it becomes toxic and it's unhealthy. And okay, how do I build a horror movie back outwards from that? And I think that's part of what makes them resonate so deeply and feel so personal, like Paige said, because it's very easy to find yourself in these movies, even though what's happening is so heightened and so crazy at times, so much so that it makes my brain feel like it's breaking. When it does slow down and have moments like you said, Connor, I think that's one of the best scenes in the movie, and it has nothing to do with cults and fire and exploding heads or anything. It's that very human moment before they get to Sweden, where he basically manipulates the conversation backwards to where she's apologizing for something that he did wrong. And those conversations, I think, are very clever and very well written.
And it happens a couple more times, and like, I wish I could remember them. I just watched the movie like right before we canceled.
Also, I thought of it this way too. If you were Danny and you lost your family and you've got this boyfriend figure and you are trying everything in you to not lose anything more or feel that remorse or like that sort of feeling, you're going to probably try to save what you can.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that she knows in that moment that she could lose him because she already felt that before her family died. So when she goes into that scene with him, I think she's like, what's going to happen if I don't apologize? And she apologizes for safety reasons.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But, and even she says like, oh, I just got confused. Like her anxiety and her insecurity is so intense, and these sort of dependency, issues that she has losing her entire family. It's like, this is the only person she has left in her life. And now it's like, holding on for dear life, never letting go, because if he leaves, then it's like she'll feel as if she has nothing left. And on the other end, you have Christian, who clearly, I think we see, as the film opens, and we're gonna, I guess now's a good time to start navigating through the plot too as we go.
Opening scene where it shows the family, like, and they show the sister with the tubes like duct taped into her mouth. That scene gave me nightmares. I literally saw that scene in my nightmares. Like, that scene scarred me, and it still does.
Because it's so realistic.
Like, yeah, like you don't like whenever they talk about suicide, like you don't normally see it. It's usually alluded to or like briefly shown, but Ari lingers on it.
Yeah.
Yes. Which he does as well in Hereditary, without, I'll refrain from spoiling Hereditary since that's not what we're talking about primarily, but this to me was the same as what happens to Charlie in Hereditary, right? Where it is the movie's calling it shot so intensely at the start of the film, where it like sets the I remember that in Hereditary, where that happened and it set the tone, completely caught me off guard. And I was like, that's the first act of the movie. Oh, fuck, what is going to happen next? And that had me so unnerved and under such crazy tension for the rest of the movie, because I'm like literally almost cringing of like, what else is this movie going to do? How else is this movie going to make me feel? Because this is just stressful. It's pure, it's truly dread. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was opposite. Like, I felt like because there was so much happening in the beginning that I thought like, oh, I saw that, so like the rest can't be as bad. And then
you felt like, well, it can't get worse than this, so that's relieving.
Yeah, and around that time was the time that I was starting to navigate Ari Aster's other films. And I actually, this is embarrassing to say, Connor knows this, I hated Hereditary. I hated it. It took me 8 times to watch it until I understood it, and I loved it. So it took me a really long time. The only thing I liked was the acting and the cinematography. And then when I navigated it a little bit more, I understood like, oh, this director, like, he's one of these people where I'm going to really have to focus and I'm going to have to research behind it. And then I ended up listening to him on a few podcasts. And then I was like, oh, okay, I kind of understand this guy now. And I fell in love with everything that he was saying, navigated Midsommar after. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is a lot to unravel.
And he's like the true sense of like the word filmmaker, because he does put literally so many details in each frame of his movie. Like the scene where it's showing what happened to her parents and her sister. There's a crown of flowers on the nightstand next to her parents. Which also drives a lot of fan theories that we'll eventually get into. I know Paige has a bunch of theories. I have some theories. I don't know if you guys have theories. It's one of those movies that literally everybody has their own theory about the true nature of the film. But I know that detail really drives a lot of theories.
This is a film that you can tell Ari Aster, and I don't mean this in a criticism. I don't mean this to criticize him, but he's very amused by like sticking little details and lots of foreshadowing all throughout the movie. He loves to put those little things in that you're not going to notice first watch because you would have no idea that they matter. And when you go back, you go, oh my God, this, and this. There's like, you know, the portrait of the bear over her while she's mourning the loss of her family. There's all sorts of framing things and little symbols, even Hereditary, where you go back and watch and you're like, oh, he's cluing you in all along, even in the dialogue, the interactions people have. This is definitely a movie that hits a little different on the second go, and I'm sure for some of you guys, the third run or the fourth run, as you keep watching it, there's a lot to. And I saved it because I thought it was worth looking at here. But we're literally from the jump, they go, here's everything that's going to happen in the movie. Put up this mural. Again, first time I watched, you wouldn't know. You'd see this, you're like, all right, there's some weird cult painting. I get it. That's what the movie is going to be about. But no, like, it's everything. And I really appreciate it. This time I had to pause and like look at him, like, because I'm like, oh my God, on the left there, you know, there's her family being killed, and it looks like a ribbon or something kind of cutesy around them, but no, it's the hose, and you know, you see the trip to Sweden and the cult and the festival at the end. See, right from the beginning, he goes, I'm going to show you everything that happens in this movie, and you're not even going to know it yet. So he loves those little devices, and it's very present in Hereditary too. The opening scene of this are like what we build towards. Yeah, what happens with your family. What were the feelings as you witnessed that for the first time watching this film? Because Jesus,
just kind of laughing.
Yes, as we we build towards it. You know, there's the back and forth of Danny calling Christian. You know, we get the sense of that Danny's been putting up, her sister's been sending these ominous message and has threatened her own life, and Danny's had to kind of navigate it and figure out how to coexist with that and how to respond to that, which is, you never really know how to respond to something like that. You know, there's no protocol for something like that. And obviously already leans on Christian as a support system and as somebody to go to. And we already see he's not absent. He's like hanging out with his buddies. They're at the restaurant. He said he like smoked. What did he say? Smoked something? Like sativa or something. He's like, I'm high. Like, now's not a good time. And hangs up and kind of leaves her to dwell in her own thing. And then we finally do learn, you know, what's happened to her family, which is not only so cruel and so upsetting, but so distinct to this movie. I've never seen anything like this before in a movie, the way that her family is killed. You know, not just her sister.
Her parents, so like, regardless of what her sister did, like she's really close with her parents, maybe estranged from her sister. So like she's losing people that she genuinely cares about. Like she's not estranged from her mom and dad. So she really cares about them. And then she gets on the phone with her boyfriend who struggles to say, I love you back.
Right.
And like, looks like he's walking to his doom when he goes over to comfort her. Cause he's realizing, well, now I can't, now I have no choice but to stay here. Like,
that's another scene.
Yeah, into like.
That scene killed me too, because he was like, they're literally talking about how like he's stuck in that relationship. They just need, like, he needs to cut it off for both of their sakes. Like he's just staying there as a distraction for his thesis, so he doesn't have to really work on it. And then this happens, and then he's like, that walk to the door, hearing her screaming, and he's just like, like you can just tell he's just like, well, I'm fucked now. I kind of have to, like, it's not out of like actually caring. He's walking there because he feels like he has to, but really doesn't want to.
Right. I mean, and I think it says like, Christian's interesting, right? Because there's like two ways you could have done his character in this kind of story. You could have done it in a way that was really obvious, where he's screaming at her and putting her in the corner, or he's physically abusive. You know, they played it a little differently and a little more subtle, because I think to make it a little more complicated, how you feel, especially towards the end with his ultimate fate. I think it makes things a little more complicated, and where he's not such a blatantly painted villain. You know, but he's a selfish douche, right? He's a terrible partner. He's absent. He neglects her, and he's manipulative, and he's, you know, he can't be relied on.
And it's not just to Danny, it's to his friends. Like he's that person all the way around, and you just keep finding that out more and more as you go. So it's like, it starts with Danny and it ends with every one of his friends that he treats that way.
Yeah.
I think it was like the typical a relationship where they want to make the girl seem crazy. So they make him super monotone. I honestly didn't see it for a while until I watched it a few more times. He's a bit passive aggressive.
Yeah,
And
certainly.
you don't really see that until probably they get to Harga. And I think it's a great example to show that Danny's not crazy when you get more into the movie. I'm not going to get into it yet until we get there. But I really do think it's a typical situation where the girl is made out to be crazy in the relationship, and she's super insecure, and that's kind of how it leads to the events that happen.
Well,
yeah, when the movie came out, like I saw a lot of people tweeting that it's basically like gaslighting the movie.
Yeah. Well, and there's like deleted. I don't know if you guys have watched like the deleted scenes, but there's like deleted scenes that made Christian even worse that they didn't put in the movie that make him like there was the one that stuck out that goes with what Paige just said is like he was being passive aggressive to where he called Danny out for doing nice things for him on her birthday as if she was trying to make him feel bad because he forgot her birthday and she was just doing it to be a good girlfriend, but he was like calling her out for doing sweet things for him to make him feel guilty or something. It's very strange.
Right. Constantly projecting, like he knows how much of a shithead deep down he truly is, but instead of confronting it, he thinks everybody else knows about it and is secretly like pointing it out to him. So he's always on the defense and, like you said, passive aggressive.
Yeah, the character development for all the characters is top notch. But yeah, Christian's, because like you said, Taylor, they could have gone super obvious with it, but it's very kind of subtle how it would be in real life. Yeah. Where you don't always notice gaslighting, you don't always notice like passive aggressiveness or like someone being condescending to you. You don't always notice it. So the way they develop that in Christian's characters is perfect.
And I don't think Danny notices it until they're there in Sweden, because she has really no frame of reference left in her life for what like a normal, even just friendship looks like. We don't really see her interact. I know she's on the phone with a friend earlier in the film, but we don't really see her interact with anybody other than him and his friends who have all got their own issues going on. We have obviously like Will Poulter's character, who's kind of your comedic relief, but also like he is the most aggressive, like shitty one, where it's like, okay, there's nothing redeemable about this guy. He's just an idiot. You have, who is it? I know we have Pele, who's, kind of now that's a character I found much more fascinating on a second watch.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot going on with Pele, where we'll obviously get into it, but the first time I watched this film, I think I kind of fell for Pele's tricks, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And the second time watching it, being able to telegraph them from the start and realize what he's up to, I was like, oh, Pele's actually the sickest son of a bitch in this thing.
He's a deceiver. He's like master deceiver.
Yeah, Paige has a lot of thoughts on Pele.
Yeah, he's
good or bad.
All my theories.
Yeah, I haven't heard them. She just told me she has a lot of theories on Pele because he is the character we know the least about.
Yeah, well,
he's like a central character, but we know nothing about him besides this is his culture. This is where he's from.
He does kind of melt into it. Like once they get there, it's like he just kind of melts into being less of their group and just back to like his family, and then he's just like a part of them instead of a part of the group that arrived there.
And to backtrack a little bit to where we were talking about Danny and I'm sorry, we'll go back. I forgot my train of thought.
Wine brain.
It is wine brain. It's pretty mush right now.
We can probably when they are all gathered before they fly out, and Pele is drawing.
Yeah, what is he drawing? Because he drew the table. He drew the table like he explained to Danny, but there's a lot of stuff on that table. And and I can never make out what he's drawing.
We'll have to pause it or something.
I tried pausing it, but I can't make out anything. It's
I genuinely always have thought he was just drawing still life. And
because there's a lot more on the table than what's really on the table, because there's a couple like laptops and books and like a bong, but in his drawing you can tell it's way more cluttered on the table.
Oh, okay, got it.
And if I recall correctly, he kind of puts it away real quick when Danny sits next to him. Yeah. Like she doesn't see it. She's already drawn. I'm just the table. Like doesn't let her see it. So all right, I bet you if you go through his journal, his sketchbook, you're gonna see some weird stuff in there. Yeah, Danny's interaction with all of Christian's friends are interesting. And right before this is where they go to the party, and by happenstance she hears them talking about him going to Sweden in like 2 weeks, and that's where they have that conversation, which again, I think is one of the most effective scenes of the film, where they come back and Danny confronts
This is a theory I would like to get into later on, so I'm going to keep this in my back pocket and get into it later.
Yeah, I think Pele ends up being one of the most interesting things about the movie, which you don't pick out as significantly until you watch it a second time. Mm-hmm. Or a third or fourth, fifth, sixth time, as you guys maybe have. That scene again, that conversation they have, where Danny by chance, he doesn't tell her at all, because he knows he doesn't want to be in a relationship with her, and he knows he doesn't want her to come with him to Sweden. He somehow in his head he thinks, well, by then we'll be broken up. It won't matter. That's the lie he keeps telling himself, is that there's an exit, but an exit's not going to create itself. He's going to have to make it. He's going to step up and do something about it, but he lacks the courage to do it. He's just going to keep coasting. So inevitably what happens is, his friends mentioned we're going to Sweden in 2 weeks. That's how she finds out, right? Like he doesn't tell her. And obviously that is upsetting. And he knows it's upsetting, which is why when they get home, he's immediately trying to figure out how to flip the script on her. Maybe I should just go. I'm trying to say sorry. You're not hearing me out. Again, making it so he's the victim and she's not understanding, and
he didn't
rewriting
go to the party to begin with.
Yeah,
which is very clear. He did not want her to go, and I think he knew that might happen.
Right. It's the cloud hanging over his head at all times, is that he's in this relationship that he doesn't want to be in, but he doesn't have the capacity to end it himself because he's cowardly.
Well, here's the thing. Why would he go into her room and check on her before going to the party?
Maybe a little bit of guilt.
Yeah, I think it's 100% guilt. Like he's like, I have to check on her because of the state she's in. But like, because I mean, it's shown like in the next few scenes where he's like, I'm probably not going to go, but I mean, we talked about it. I might not go, but yeah, we talked about it. And then like when they go to the apartment, he's like, I invited her, but she's not going to go. But
yeah.
It's like, and then I think it's Josh, right?
Josh is he's more.
Like, does she not want to go? And he's like, well, she said she'll go, but she's not going to go. It's like he's just like coming up with reasons like to get out of what he's gotten himself into.
Yeah,
he's literally a coward, like from the jump.
Yeah, and Jess said in the chat, where's my mouse? Why can't it? There it is. Jess said in the chat, I don't think he's completely heartless. He's just really selfish. And I agree. And that's what I was kind of saying earlier, where I'm like, there's one way you could do this character where right from the bit, it's like, big arrows pointing, look at this guy, he's the villain. But instead, I think he still has the capacity for empathy, but it displays itself in his guilt, and that he feels he feels obligated to put on the performance of a successful, healthy boyfriend, but he can't be because he doesn't want to be there. So it's always going to create these interactions and these confrontations, and he's continuously just an unhealthy influence for Danny. He thinks like, I got to stick around. Her whole family just died. Like if he was truly like sociopathic, he probably would say, well, I'm going to do what I need to do and break up with you. But he knows deep down how upsetting that would be, how abhorrent that would be.
Yeah. And
I think on her, like before checking on her, like what Paige said before he went to the party, it's like I think he honestly was just checking to see if she was asleep, because if she wasn't, and then he went, he'd probably try to lie and say, I checked on you and then I went, you know, I didn't want to wake you.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, and he's just like,
yeah,
I'm only gonna go there really quick to try to get her not to go. So
and like First School said, it is for his sole benefit. It's to clear his conscience, to be like, if you were asleep, I mean, I checked on you, but you were sleeping. And then he invites her because it's going to clear his conscience a little bit.
Yeah.
I think this is a little bit of a jump, but I think when he tells, I think it's Josh, that he's going to do his thesis there, I think that's a cop-out for him too, because he wants to maybe get out of spending more time with Danny. So he's going to focus on my studies or do something along those lines. And that's when you see him kind of getting a little bit more distant too. So I think that might have been his way to kind of like get out of it. But
yeah, because we'll get into that, but that is immediately after the ritual and her negative reaction to that ritual.
Yeah,
it was immediately after that. He's like, well, take some time to yourself to deal with that. And then he like runs and tells Josh, like, I'm doing my thesis on this.
Yeah. He's
we'll get into that.
Yeah.
And then like you said, you can, I think Jack Rayner's performance is, you know, obviously there's so much going on in this film that his performance as Christian, it kind of maybe doesn't get as much attention as it should, because I think he does play that so well, because it is what it's calling for is kind of subtle. You know, it's communicating these things, that he's selfish, that he's negligent, that he is motivated by nothing else but his own gain, and is also just kind of a stupid, ignorant douche. You know, like there's so much that he has to communicate in his performance without like saying it out loud or screaming it. It's all in facial, reactions, and even just that scene where he's sitting there with Danny as she sobs, which is really the part that kills me the most. Not even the display of the family as you see what happened to him, which is still very upsetting, but really just, it was the same thing in Hereditary with Toni Collette, where I was like, the event wasn't what killed me, even though it was horrifying. It was seeing how people had to react and move on from it that really, really fucked with me. Having to sit so blatantly in their trauma and live in it was just...
Yeah, because that scene, they do linger on that for a minute, where she's just screaming and it hurts you emotionally.
Yeah. And you can see him, he looks so out of, like, he's just kind of sitting there, he's just like frozen, right? He realizes like, well, this is it. Like, I can't leave, and I shouldn't be here, but I can't leave. And you can just see him frozen up and like not knowing what to do. He's just kind of there. He's like furniture there at that point.
Like,
and that's
his brain is completely not caring about what's in front of him. It's like completely about himself.
Yeah. Instead of finding empathy, it's, oh my God, this is what am I going to do now? Right.
Yeah.
You know,
and like his performance conveys that in that scene where like he doesn't say, oh my God, what am I going to do now? But you know exactly that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
His selfishness is conveyed in his performance so well.
And yeah, you really, he's lost. He's stuck in this now. And he communicates that so well throughout the film, that actor. He does such a great job, just even with just little inflections he puts on certain words and lines, and just how he looks at things. It's a really subtle and complicated performance, and I think he's really great. Oh, and from Danny, not Danny in this film. Good night. Good night. Love you as well.
So let's jump back to the apartment, because I love this transition. Like, she gets upset and like gets up out of her seat, and then it transitions to her like going into the bathroom on the plane and like
Great
sobbing, which also killed me. But it's such a good transition.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny that she's getting up from Pele, and then she's getting up from Christian. And then it goes into the turbulence.
Yes. And this, I noticed it every time I've seen this movie. And like, this is the first time where I was like, this has to mean something, right? They focus on the turbulence out the window and the clouds. And there's a later scene towards the end, which like also makes me think like the turbulence out the window has to mean something, but I'm totally lost on what it is. Because they focus on it and then it cuts right to them going like driving down the road. Like they've landed.
Just as jarring as like the phone ringing in the beginning of the movie. It's like
yeah.
You from
that scared the shit out of me this time. I jumped so bad.
The first time I saw the movie, that was like the only thing that really jumped out at me was like that fucking phone ringing.
Well, yeah. I'll tell you why I think that this turbulence means something is because it focuses on the clouds and they're like perfect clouds, perfect fluffy clouds. And it's like shaking turbulence. You don't see them land. They're just there now. And then towards the end, the character of Ruben, which we'll get into because I have a lot of thoughts on him as well.
Ruben,
he's sitting at what looks like a cloud. It looks like he's sitting on a cloud and he's writing. And I feel like those are connected somehow because those are really like two very like focused images in the movie.
Yeah, there's a lot of
like the weirdest part of the movie.
Yeah.
Which is strange to say, but like it's just not really explained at all by anything else that happened. Is why there's that giant cloud thing that he's seeing.
And it's so loud. Like it's there, it's in your face.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, what are we missing? Because I do not understand it either.
So that's our goal today. That's one of our goals. Figure out what that is.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, where do you buy such a beautiful cloud for your wonderful prophet child to sit on and make his paintings? I don't know where I guess they make all this stuff in house. I don't know, Kayla, you've got some of it on right now, so maybe you know where to buy your best cultware and appliances.
I guess it's probably made of sheep's wool, really.
Yeah, or Joann's fabric. They might have a Joann's fabric on the road.
Packetans around the corner, it's interesting to point out the turbulence. I guess it is very ominous, right? It is. I mean, obviously, things being turbulent. That's.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like surface level, the turbulence that she's in, like
right,
the turbulence her relationships in. But knowing Ari Aster's work and knowing like what he puts into his movies like that, it definitely means something more than what we're seeing surface level.
Yeah, he loves having these details in his films kind of talk to each other. There's these little private conversations that pieces of the movie are having with each other, and you may not tap into them in the first or even the second time you watch them. And I think also, again, with Pele, remember, it's interesting because Christian shows up to the apartment under the pretense, and also he does the same thing to them as he did to her, where he's like, "Hey, by the way, I invited her to come on this big trip with us. I didn't bring it up until she's coming up the stairs right now, so you have no time to react to it, and you have to figure it out while she's in the room. But she's not going to come. She's not going to come." And then he fucks off, and then Pele's the one who's like, "So you're going to come with us, right? I would love if you come with us." So like already he is this driving force. I also didn't catch it the first time I watched either, where he says like, I'm an orphan too. Both of my parents died, and you get more information later you see how all this starts to fit together. Let's see, we got this in the chat. First school from a discussion board. Clouds are typically associated with heaven, and Reuben is deity-like to the community. So I think that's where the symbolism is coming from. Could be, yeah. They definitely.
I have an insane theory that we'll say for the end.
So many theories.
Save for the end, but it's totally wrong. I know it's not true at all, but it's a fun thing to think about. Thinking about the turbulence and then Reuben writing in his like prophecy book, kind of on a cloud. Like it's a fun theory, but it's totally not true. I absolutely know it. Did
they all die in the plane crash and this is the afterlife, Connor?
Yeah, basically. Okay, fuck it. I'll explain.
I'm like, you're getting to they just died.
So they're really in. The theory is, and no, it's not true. They're in purgatory, and this is like a purgatory, and like everybody in that community is like basically a judge. They're deciding who goes to heaven or hell, and those are what the like sacrificed souls are. Like these are going to hell, and then Danny is going to heaven because she was the May Queen. And Reuben is actually God.
You just put that together now?
No, that was what I came up with while watching the movie again for like the fourth or fifth time today, because they explain Ruben like wrote in these books.
Yeah.
Like, he's deciding like these kind of like rituals and stuff. Like he's basically writing like a prophecy, like how the community should live by. And he's like pure and has like his judgment and conscience isn't like clouded. And so I was
Clouded.
like, yeah,
Oh.
they said clouded too in the movie.
They did, yeah.
Like, turbulence, him writing on a cloud, them explaining like he's the one who's like writing in these like sacred books that no one can look at. I was like, is he God? And they're all just like kind of judges to decide who's living or dying.
I think I would believe the purgatory thing a lot more if all the characters didn't clearly, like, well, not all of them, but some of them didn't very, like, permanently die. Because, like, the one guy, Simon, he's still breathing when he's all strung up.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, if each of them kind of had a fate that was, like, more they're dead but they're not dead, I think that would really lend to the purgatory thing. But I mean, there's a couple people that are like for sure dead.
Yeah, and some people just kind of opt out, right? And obviously we'll get to that scene. But some people just like, hey, I'm done being in purgatory, right? Goodbye. Like some people are in charge of their own fate there on the what is the cult's name? I forget. They're Harga? Harga? Okay. I know I'm gonna have to say it a lot, so I need to commit that to memory. That's not, actually, I don't think that's a bad theory. That's a kind of an airtight little theory you put together. I mean, these films lend themselves to theories and interpretation, right? Like that's why this was so exciting and also a little intimidating to be one that we're talking about, because there's just feels like there is so much to go
we're barely even like through the first act, and we're at the length of what our episodes normally we're like 20 minutes shy of what an episode would be, and we're like barely through the opening.
I suspected Midsommar might be a longer one.
Yeah. Which I'm fine with.
Glad I'm watching this with you guys because I don't really have like theories, because this movie to me, I hyper focus on the relationship and the anxiety and like all that part of it. And I've not really looked into like that, like Ari Aster, like all these hidden, like, you know what I mean? Like obviously like there's stuff that's pretty like out there, like in your face in the movie, but like all the little things that are unsaid, I don't really have a lot of theories about that. So I'm interested to see as we go.
Well, maybe in the conversation might offer up, some things you haven't didn't register before, or things you haven't thought about before, which I think just happens by nature of watching this movie, you know. And I've gone through it 2 times now, and the second time would just definitely felt different than the first, where I'm just like, it's just shocking the whole time. The first time you're just like reeling from like, oh my God. And then, oh my God, like it's just so visceral and unnerving and upsetting throughout that it's like almost hard. By the time you get to the end of it, you're exhausted. It's like hard to retain all of it. So now when you go back through it again, it's like, oh, I can kind of breathe a little bit, live in it a little more comfortably. At least for me, that was definitely true this time. So they get to Sweden. Yeah, go ahead.
It's also lengthy.
Yeah.
You've got a lot to look at for 3 hours or whatever. The director's cut is what, over 3 hours?
Something like that. I actually have still not seen the director's cut.
I have not seen the director's cut either.
Has anybody here watched it?
So.
I haven't watched it, but I've watched the scenes that are, you know what I mean? Like I've watched the scenes separate from, you know, in the movie, but I know where they fall in the movie. So.
Yeah.
Hey, you actually bought it from A24, right? With the script book?
I have it, yeah. I saw the director's cut in theaters when I was living in Michigan. It is over 3 hours. I think it was almost 4 hours long.
Wow.
They added, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 different scenes, but I think it might have been the one that Kayla was talking about, where there's a scene between Danny and Christian that involves the community, and it's really, really, it's kind of hard to watch because I think it's the hardest scene between them because you're in so much denial of him already. And when you see it, I think it kind of like, it's weird because you feel bad that he's the way that he is. So I was kind of bummed that didn't make the theatrical release, but
Yeah.
it's worth the watch. It's just a little lengthy, but I mean, that didn't hurt anybody. So
I'd really like to watch. I wanted to watch it leading up to this, and it just seemed like it wasn't actively streaming anywhere like the original cut is.
Yeah, it's not streaming. You can only buy it.
Oh, okay, that was
Like
my
physical.
Oh,
It's
you
not-
need to.
It's not VOD or anything. You can only buy it physical. I'm kind of beating myself up now because I did see it at Best Buy, like one copy of it.
Yeah,
And I was like, nah. And now I'm beating myself up about it.
I'd love to check it out because, oh my God, I can only, with how much he accomplishes in 2.5 hours, I can't imagine what he's accomplishing in 3 to 3.5 hours. I mean, my God. But all the same, also, like, huge credit that it came out as long as it did in the first place. Because, again, this is not based on it's not a remake of anything. It's not setting up a series. Like, it's really hard for a movie this long and, kind of resting on its own credentials to get a wide release. And this did. And obviously that resulted in a lot of people going, what the fuck is this? What did I watch? But it found a lot of people that probably would never have otherwise seen
Well, that's why you have to credit A24. They usually just let the artists do what they want. I've never really heard of any like negative press about directors working with A24.
Yeah.
Like they butchered my vision, any of this stuff that you hear with every other studio.
Yeah.
A24, you never hear that.
Yeah, they either are making or distributing things that it seems they are meant to be seen to a wide audience that probably would never find them otherwise. We got a little puppy cameo in the bottom left there. Who's that guy?
say hi.
Okay, so we're in Sweden. We're like,
Yeah.
at this point, we're like 10 minutes into the movie. We're in Sweden. And they're on their way to, did they give the Harga where they're at? Did they give that place a name? Or I guess we could just say their compound, their Harga land.
Oh no, buddy, you're in the upside down.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, you're good now.
Oh man, hold on just a second here. No, we're okay. I'm on the right. What happened? Did I like freak out for a while?
Gross.
Yeah, you went into the upside down.
Yeah,
It's always a great experience when you're in the middle, like saying something, and everybody just starts going, "Oh no!" I'm like, "What did I do?" I guess I just froze. We're in Sweden. They're in Sweden. We're going to Harga. That's what I was asking. Is there a name for the place where the Harga are at? Do we get a name for it?
Harding's Land or something?
I think it's like Halsing.
Halsing?
Halsingland?
Yeah, it's like a Halsing Land or something.
Halsingland. Okay. Harga Wood, whatever
But
it
you're
is.
so close in the name.
Halsingland. Yeah. They're going there. Again, so many things to catch. When they're driving there, it just seems like a stupid little interaction. Mark is going, "When all the women are here are so beautiful, Pele. How does that happen?" And he's like, "Oh, there's a reason. It's the Vikings would travel from country to country, and then they would gather up the most beautiful women and bring them back here. They would kidnap them and bring them back here." And it's like, well, when you find out what the Harga are doing by the end of the film, it's like very interesting example. Like there's just so many things like that coming to the second time where I was like, oh, like I'm like, damn, just setting it up. Just like, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. This is what's happening right now, and you don't know it. It's just.
Well, it also shows Mark being like blatantly disrespectful in front of Danny. Like, look at all these hot women, and Danny just like kind of like she just gives this look like, oh, okay, I feel kind of shitty, but all right. She doesn't say anything.
When are we gonna get there? When are we gonna get there? So
right.
Yeah. So they and for past anything stop me to talk about in this movie, right? Like double that I might detail. So let me know. Cut me off whenever you like. But they get there, right? And it's very unsuspecting at first, just green hills and meadows. There's a couple like weirdos standing there. And they greet them, and this goes into what is also a huge, we haven't really touched on it all, but how psychedelic this damn movie is. Drug trip. And it seems like once they kind of do that, they cross that line, it seems like we're all kind of unendingly tripping throughout the movie. It's like you can't figure out where you're at in the movie anymore, and it's very disorienting and what's real and what isn't, and it's system shock. It's it's system overload. But again, we gotta get already a sense of how Christian navigates this relationship, because I forget the Harga who's there and greets Pele, and he's the one who offers him the psychedelic mushrooms. I forget his name, but he's right off the bat. They're very accommodating, very nice.
Yeah.
And from this point forward, also, this is where we're living in the pastel. Sun is at its highest. Everything's sunny and bright and wonderful and colorful, and that's also obviously a huge distinction is how this movie looks.
This whole scene is great because there's a lot of stuff in it. So yeah, they show up and they're immediately offered mushrooms, and this is another such an awkward and painful interaction between Danny and Christian, where Danny's like, no, I'm gonna kind of get a feel out for everything first, and then everybody, mainly Mark, is super pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Well, then it's 2 different trips. And then Christian's like, well, I guess I'll wait then. And me and Danny, it's just so painful. And then Danny is kind of suckered into being like, no, it's fine. I'll do it. It's like, oh,
yeah.
God,
I think Christian's happy that Mark did that, because see him he stalls, and then he's like, don't let Mark be the one to decide that for you.
She's like, no, it's just gonna make things more complicated. And it's
it's definitely the pressure that Christian wants to put on Danny, but doesn't want anybody to notice that he's doing it. So Mark gets to step in and be the bad guy, and Christian gets to continue putting on this performance. Oh, are you sure? You don't have to do that. But
because it's directed at Mark in that scene where he's like, are you sure? And she's like, yes, I'm sure, Mark. And then he's like, you're a fucking dick.
Mark.
Mark's such a dipshit. And I mean, credit to Will Poulter, who I feel does honestly get cast in these kind of characters a lot. I think it has a lot to do just with his appearance and his demeanor. He's got those wild eyebrows. He's always, if he's not the bad guy in the story, he's definitely antagonistic, or he's something that the character comes up against all the time.
This is completely off topic, but after seeing this movie, it made me really want to see what Cary Fukunagawa's Chapter 1 would look like, because he wanted Will Poulter as Pennywise, and I was super stoked on that. I was like, oh, he's gonna be so fucking creepy and weird. And after this, I was like, oh, I wish I could have seen. I love both It chapters, but
did he audition?
Yeah, he was cast. He was locked in, and then they kicked Cary Fukunaga off and brought in Andy Muschietti, and they brought in the Skarsgård. Yeah.
I could see him though. It's all in that face. You could, put the clown paint on. You can totally. It would be different, right? Because Skarsgård's so good in that role too.
Mm-hmm.
I would love. Yeah, I would love to travel to the timeline where I could watch that movie and see.
Absolutely.
I feel there'd be a little more humor too.
Yeah,
he's funny.
A little bit more.
That's the thing. He's obviously such a shithead in this movie, but the way in a way that makes it's mostly played for laughs, whereas Christian, it's very suffocating and borderline emotionally abusive, and it just anytime Christian does anything in this film, it just makes you go, oh fuck. But Mark is just such an idiot. I love, because when it cuts from this where they finally all take the drugs, and it cuts to such a funny scene where they're all sitting on that hill, and he's just freaking out. He's like,
he's like, everybody lay down. Everybody do it.
Everybody lay down, please. Hey guys, can we all lay down, please? He's just.
What time is it? 9 p.m. No, that's not.
Yeah.
Why is it like that?
They explain that. Yeah, it's the midnight sun of the part of the world they're in right now. The days are much longer. Yeah, I don't like that. That doesn't make any sense.
Then off screen, and then he's like, new person. I don't want anybody new.
Yeah, I love Christian's just like all the guy does is walk up the hill, and Christian's like, oh, fuck, a new person. He's a new person. I don't like that. And the guy's just like, hello.
Something happens in the scene that I want to talk about because it's also something I caught on a rewatch that I never thought about. So after Pele's talking about like you can feel like the energy from the ground, and then you see the grass coming out of her hand, and then he talks about like seeing the trees breathing, and he's like everything has its place, it's perfect, like everything's perfectly in its place, communicating. And then all of a sudden Danny kind of just like switches and then gets up, and then she's walking and she says something to herself like no, don't think like that, tomorrow's your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we think that she was like thinking to herself?
I mean, I don't know what she was thinking when she said that, but I do believe that what triggered her was Mark saying, "You guys are my family."
Okay.
She's still, in her mind, her main focus and her main trauma is her family dying. So when he's like, "You guys are my real family," that's when she's like, "I can't fucking be here." But I don't really, I'd never really understood why she was like, "It's almost your birthday," and I'm like, she
because that's another thing that kind of drove my purgatory theory was like, did she think to herself like, are we dead right now? And she's like, oh, don't think like that, tomorrow's your birthday, like you obviously have a birthday tomorrow, like you're alive, you have a birthday tomorrow. And that also drove my like purgatory theory, like did she just think to herself like, are we dead, like just like what she was like telling herself, don't think like that, you're having a bad trip, tomorrow's your birthday.
If I remember correctly, and I might be wrong, I think when she snapped, because they do have that great shot of the grass, just again very subtle. Like other movies of drug trips, they'll be like the sky turned purple and candy fell from it, like like very cartoonish. This is just very quiet. The grass is growing through her hand, and it comes back later in the movie too. But I think what kind of snaps her out of her trance is I think it's Pele says the word family. I think it is, and that's like when all the sound drops out and she's like back in. It's those little reminders of like what she's trying to get away from, because obviously her going on this trip isn't just to stay attached to Christian at all times, who she probably sees as like her life preserver right now, even though that's the last thing he wants to be. She's also probably, I guess, naturally trying to move on from what happened, even though how do you? We just won't even start. And something so traumatic and horrifying. I feel like she's trying to get away from that and forget about it by going on this trip. And it's those little things that just bring it back. Like just hearing someone say family, boom, immediately what you're thinking of is, I've lost my parents, my sister is gone, and this is what will haunt me forever,
Which is why I think my theory is totally just like in my mind, because the family thing makes way more sense, because she then like goes to that outhouse and then sees her sister with the tubes in her mouth in the background, which is such a creepy.
Oh my God. Yeah. Can we talk about that?
Scared me so fucking bad that it took me maybe 3 times of watching it to know it was her sister. Cause I would always go like this. I couldn't take it.
Yeah. In the theaters, like, I think I like grabbed my fiance. I was like, do you see that? Because I literally do that anytime there's a movie with hidden shit in the background. I'm like, do you see that? Like with Haunting of Hill House and Bly Manor, I'm like, do you see that?
That is a great scare, her lighting the match and just the quiet reveal of somebody who I also didn't even realize it immediately watching this time that it was her sister she saw again. But yeah, because it's just the pure terror of like, oh my God, someone's in here and they're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you think that's all it is. And then you dial it back and it's like, no, my dead sister's in here. And yeah, that's obviously the like sort of specter that haunts her through the movie.
That kind of like scare always gets me, like this person shouldn't be here. You've seen the streams on Twitch of like Blair Witch and what's the other one?
Oh, you played Visage?
Visage, yeah. Those 2 games, like someone like I turn and I see someone just like move, I'm like freaking out.
While we're on the subject of Visage, though, did you see there was a part in that game that I thought maybe possibly was like a little nod to Hereditary with the the old lady chapter.
No, I haven't finished because it scared me so much. The last time I played it, I literally like freaked out so hard where I literally had to turn the game off.
Did you get to what's her name? I don't know her name, but she's like the older woman who like lost her mind and she like walks around the house naked.
No.
They talk about it.
Nice.
There's a part where like you don't, it's not required of you to see it in the game, which is why it's even more fucked up. But if you go into one of the rooms and you're just like looking around and you look up, she is naked and she's in the corner of the room like this with her hands and legs like behind, sticking on the wall. And I'm just like, ew, that's like just like Hereditary. And she's in the fucking corner and she climbs up the ceiling and then she climbs out the fucking, I don't know. It was terrifying. I was like, this is awful and I hate it. But like, it's not like a part of the game. Like you could definitely play the game and never see it. It just depends if you happen to look there at that moment and you're like, all right.
That is very much like these movies, and yeah, Hereditary for sure. Yeah, Chris Anthony Lopez in the chat. Great to see Kayla back on the channel. And Paige looks a lot like Buck from Really Trivia. Who's that? Buck. And that person never came back on the channel. I don't know who that was. Buck. And he also said, Midsommar halfway was my intro to this channel. I'm not over. That's true. That sort of the rebooting of Really Scared happened with Chris doing there's a watch along on Midsommar, right? And Pet Cemetery and screaming like a little child. And that was how we introduced him. That's how I met Chris, was watching him scream like a child. And here we are. So Chris, kind of the secret torchbearer of Really Scared this whole time. I also
those kinds of scenes just scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, the little secrets in the background, just enough for you to notice it, but not enough to like figure it out,
Yeah.
And this I also think is important too. When it's time for Danny to, sort through her feelings and try to get through the trauma and the reminder of what happened, she always ends up alone. Her instinct is always to get up and walk away. Mm-hmm. And like Connor, you mentioned earlier, eventually in the film, Christian full on encourages her to just start doing that instead of pulling her aside and having that moment with her. He goes, okay, yeah, go on, do what you need to do. Go be by yourself. And she's very vulnerable. She really is quite alone in life. Even being in this relationship, she's alone and like doesn't even have the ability to recognize it because he won't.
Yeah, and Pele brings it up later on, where, like, obviously in that scene, like, what he should do is hold her and like comfort her. And Pele brings it up, like, do you feel held by him?
Right.
Do you feel comforted? Like, what she needs is somebody there. She has nobody.
Did that happen after she ran away?
That happens a little bit later in the film.
Yeah, after the ritual was when.
Yeah, it happened after.
Why was she in the room? Like when Pele comes towards her, has that conversation, and then says, like, do you feel held by him? Did she run away from something right before that?
This was. Yeah, this was congruent to her splitting off from the group.
Okay.
She runs off, and which we'll get to, but yeah, she runs off, and then all this happens like after Christian tells her to like take time to herself.
And it is after the ritual, I think, because she's packing her bags, and that's when Pele swoops in and is like, hey.
The ritual is super fucked up.
Yeah, I feel like the ritual is going to be like its own episode at this point. There's a lot to unpack in the ritual.
Yeah, but so they have the drug trip. She runs off, sees her sister. What happens after that?
Well, now we kind of it's kind of like setting the table, so to speak. It's like getting familiar with the other people, the Harga, like their way of life, some of the rituals, not the ritual, but like we're seeing this place they live. We're seeing the different buildings, where the dances, and we're meeting.
Yeah, everybody's like in their own group. We meet the other couple that's there.
Yes.
Simon and Connie.
Mm-hmm.
Connie, not Connie Good Time. Just Connie.
Connie Bad Time for sure.
Yeah, Connie Bad Time for sure. Yeah, we meet them, and there's so much foreshadowing in this scene. Like they're going around like talking about their customs and stuff. We meet Connie and Simon. The kids like come in and they're playing a game. Simon even asks, like, what are they playing? I think it's Simon who asks what they're playing, and they say Skin the Fool.
Yeah.
Well,
which is
when they meet, I don't know I forget his name, but the man who walks up to them and initially greets them as a group.
Oh, Father Odd.
Father Odd.
He's,
That's my
like,
favorite part because he ignores Josh's knowledge, and it's the
Right,
funniest part of the entire film.
like, I that part was like, I didn't catch this for a while, but in that part he like, you know, hugs them all and he's very like jovial and like happy, and he's like, welcome, 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 and then he looks at Danny and says, welcome home. And he's the only one. So it's like, it definitely feels like Pele knew exactly what was going to happen this entire time.
Which is
Yeah.
in that beginning scene where you see the flower crown, that's like you said, Pele knew exactly what was going to happen. They kind of, that theory is always drawn back to the flower crown next to the parents.
Yeah. There's so many little things. Sometimes I think when we do this, I'm like, damn, I should have taken notes. I really should have taken notes for Midsommar because there's just so many things to pick up on as you watch it.
Me and Paige took notes.
Perfect. All right. I love that. Because there's even like, you kind of track, because there's all these runes, this is sort of archaic like language that they read and write with. And
everybody has their own like, what is it? Rune? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I forget what exactly what they say it is, the name of the language, but
yeah, it's like.
But one of those symbols basically is signifying one of the different people, the characters.
Yeah, it's like folklore or something like that, or folkrune, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody has one, and I watched something like breaking down everybody's like symbol.
Yeah, there's just so many little nitty gritty things in here. He's just very good at this. It's like Ari Aster and then like Robert Eggers, who did like The Witch and The Lighthouse. Like there's just such an authentic flavor to what they do, where it's not just telling a story, but really being there in every element of the filmmaking. And you know, like everything is there for a reason. Everything is a conscious decision. It's not just a mistake or a coincidence. It's like they're just so involved in every part of it. It's just remarkable to see.
And what's cool is Ari Aster, Robert Eggers, and the Safdie brothers are all like friends now. They're all like good friends in real life. Like Ari Aster and Eggers, they had a podcast together. On the A24 podcast, where they just, like talked for 3 hours, and they like talked about how they were friends with like each other and the Safdie brothers, and it's just cool because they're all like the A24 golden childs.
yeah, they're what's his name on the cloud? What's his name? Ruben. They're all a bunch. Ruben's on the cloud for A24. This is an interesting one. We've got Jess in the chat who's actually watching the movie now as we talk about it, and has paused and confirmed that Pele drew the table and everything that was on it. So just
way more chaotic in his drawing. So I always thought there was more, but I guess it was literally everything.
Just a plain Jane drawing of a table. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Just a good friend. Yeah, so you brought up again another thing I didn't pick up, Connor, is they're playing Skin the Fool.
Yep,
like that. And I think this is the first time we see. Oh gosh, I can't remember the character's name. Who let's say takes a liking to Christian. I don't remember what her name is.
Oh yeah, the redhead.
Yeah, but like right away, she's picking him out of these visitors, and she gives him that little kick as they're playing and dancing, and right away he's noticed that she's noticing him. Right?
Yeah, and then what's his name takes Connie and Simon, like they get up from the group and we follow them. Simon says, "Are we not going to talk about the bear?" Yeah. The guy was like, "It's a bear."
Yeah. Even then, there's so much manipulation in this movie because what he specifically asks is like, "Why is there a bear here?" And he just says, "It's a bear." Like.
Yep. And then they ask what that is, and we see the camera move to the tapestry with literally what's going to happen.
Yes. And that one I didn't pull an image of it. Maybe it's for the best because it's quite
graphic as fuck.
But again, you're right, Connor. That's a great point. Again, completely lays out what's going to happen to one of these characters, and is way less subtle than the first mural. It's like, no, literally, here's like 10 scenes that are going to happen to this character in the movie.
Yeah, no,
literally everything across it. It doesn't just show it. It's like, here's the story.
Starting from Skin the Fool to the bear to the tapestry, it's like, here's literally everything that's going to happen in the movie and within the next hour and a half.
Right. But you would never know, obviously, going in the first time, what any of that means. You could perceive the images. You'd be like, was that somebody cutting there? And then, but like you could perceive it, but you would have no idea what to do with that information until it finally comes to fruition. It's just a bunch of just wild, erratic, like confusing imagery. But yeah, it really is amazing how much they set up and just kind of wink at you. Without you knowing where it's going. And I just love the fucking bear, by the way.
I love that scene. It's so funny. Are we not going to talk about the bear? It's a bear.
It's a bear. It's like, I'd have 20 follow-up questions like, where'd you get that bear? Like, how'd you get that bear?
Why is it in a cage? Why is it out for everybody? Like,
it was funny. When I first saw that scene, I was like thinking to myself, well, when I got to know Ari Aster a little bit, I was like, I bet you anything that would be Ari Aster answering somebody's question. Like, that's
like,
yeah, literally, that's a question for the turbulence and Ruben on the Cloud. Like, it's turbulence.
They're on a plane.
It's Ruben on a cloud.
Yep, it's a cloud. Like what?
It's a cloud.
It sounds like a great like German dish. Ruben on a cloud.
Ruben on a cloud.
Nothing like how my mom makes it. Ruben on a cloud. By the way, like side note, I remember right before this movie came out, A24 on their website were selling like this little idol of the bear in the cage you could buy, this figure. And I do this every time with A24 movies. They always come out with something really cool from the movie, but it's before the movie comes out. And I go, well, I don't want to buy it. What if I don't like the movie? And every single time, I fucking love the movie.
Like with Green Knight, you sent me the like Dungeons and Dragons like Green Knight game, and like we should get this. Still haven't seen Green Knight, but we know we're gonna like it. We should have got it.
I think it's still there. I think if it's still in stock, we may as well just have to say fucking and buy that tonight.
Yeah,
so we have a Green Knight tabletop game. They just always put out cool stuff like that, and I always hesitate, and it settles out. So I need to learn my lesson. I will just always love the movie. It seems.
Yeah, especially with that Uncut Gems shirt that is now like $1,000 to buy.
For the basketball.
Or the basketball, yeah.
Yeah, they're always figuring it out. They just need to cash in from here on out. So I feel like now at this point we're kind of walking up to the ritual finally, aren't we?
Yes, because all that happens and then they get settled in and then they go to the ritual, right?
I think like the next day.
Yeah.
Right?
Was the first day the day where... Oh, wait a second. No, wait. Isn't it Danny's birthday the first day technically? Because
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. We forgot Danny's birthday.
Can't forget that.
Damn it. We're all Christian here. We're all Christian.
Well, the sun didn't go down, so I got confused. I thought it was Wednesday still. It got weird. Yeah, it's Danny's birthday. And Christian forgot, but guess who didn't forget? He's always there to swoop in. Yes, great hero Pele.
Can we back up a little bit to where like all the rituals or like games were going on? It's after the redhead kicks Christian. Christian says, "Can I join in?" And Pele says, "You're American, just jam your way in."
Yeah.
Which was also really weird because I didn't really understand like what he meant with that. Does anybody have insight on that?
I mean, I think it was a joke. I mean, I guess I can see where you're going with it, but I also think it was just like a stab. Just like
yeah.
Just kind of playing to like Americans are thought, typically be quite arrogant and egocentric and take what they want, ask questions later, like, which is kind of what they're all there, they're all there to serve their own means.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was like a dig at Christian himself, because like all of this is for Josh's. It's Josh, right?
Yes, he's the one who's there doing his thesis.
Thesis.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know if it was a dig at Christian, like, well, I mean, you kind of jammed your way into this, so why not jam your way into that? Like, you're just kind of here. You've kind of just jammed yourself into this relationship when Danny should be free to, like, grieve on her own without you adding, like, an extra level of stress. I didn't know if, like, Pele, with his obvious, like, ulterior motives that we've kind of discussed already, like, I didn't know if that was like another
him to procreate with that girl. That's also a focus of
True.
theirs, even though, you know, I mean, I'm sure he thinks about that too.
Yeah, and Pele can kind of speak. He can be kind of snarky if he wants to, but really, I think what we learn throughout the film is none of them are there by accident, and if anybody's jamming them anywhere, it's him and all of his friends. They haven't clumsily stumbled here. They've been navigated quite coherently to this moment.
All right, let's go back to Danny's birthday. I just forgot about that. It's in my notes that I took.
No, that's the thing. Like every line and moment in this is like contributing to the greater story. It really is like there's so much stuff you can go back and easily miss. So I appreciate that all the same.
And that is a really important part for Danny too, because she sees it. She knows what's happening. She knows that he's noticing this girl and going after her, and she just kind of acknowledges it and just deals, like, she just takes it. She's not.
Which is something I noticed this time. Anything that happens with Christian and the redhead, they, like, Ari makes sure it focuses on Danny noticing it, and then she kind of puts herself more out there, like more receptive to, like, the customs and stuff that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Because normally you would think that Danny would not go to this ritual. Like, she would kind of take time to feel out the lay of the land, almost like she said earlier. But this happens, and then the next thing is her birthday and the ritual.
Yeah. And also, I think she noticing what's going on with Christian and this other girl, she doesn't confront him on it ever. And I think that's, as we are seeing in her nature, she's afraid to ever, confront him about anything or double, second guess anything that he's doing for fear of retribution or, being having it turned on her, or potentially she's so afraid of losing what she thinks, what role he serves in her life, which he isn't. But, she's so overcome by her anxiety and her I imagine her fear of abandonment that she's just subservient at all times and afraid to confront him, even though I think, like you said, she sees deep down, I think subconsciously knows how unhealthy and how toxic this is for her, but she's just so afraid to confront it. And by the same token, he's afraid to confront the fact that this relationship shouldn't exist anymore. So it more so him, but it is sort of a mutual. That's the thing. It's more complicated than this is the bad guy, this is the hero. It's a very complicated situation, which I think is more true to real life, and it makes it easy. It makes it harder to watch because it's much more relatable and much more realistic. And yeah,
I forgot how long they were dating for. So
yeah,
that's just yet another thing on his list of he just doesn't care anymore.
Literally forgets it by like a year and a half.
Yeah.
A little over 3 years, and then Danny's like, no, it's like 4 years and 2 weeks this week.
All those great little moments, which nobody has to say more than they feel comfortable with, but like if you've ever been in a relationship that just it's kind of past the point of being healthy for you, those little things happen, those little moments come up that just kind of remind you. And it's filled with them. He forgets her birthday, and then tries to play cool like he didn't, like tries to cover it up, goes and finds some random like pastry, a little piece of cake out there in the kitchen somewhere.
Because for Danny's birthday, Pele comes in, gives Danny a drawing of her, and then tells him that Christian forgot her birthday, hasn't done anything for it, and during this scene, like it's not just Christian walking over Danny, it's his friends too. They nobody here besides Pele seems to give a shit about Danny. because Danny's like looking at the May Queens and is like, are these all the May Queens? And then Josh comes over. It's like, what can you tell me about these?
Mm-hmm.
When like Pele's about to discuss it with Danny, he kind of butts his way in.
When he's there too, he looks at Danny when she asks about it. So they stand in front of there, and then Pele says to her, "I'm glad that you came."
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a. I have like a huge theory on Pele of. I think it starts when they are all together for the first time, and Pele says to her, "Oh, I wanted to say I'm so sorry for your loss," and then she breaks down. And I think he knows that she's so vulnerable in that state that he's going to get into her head and he's going to get her on his side. Not even his side, but closer. And she kind of like, she knows that he's there for her and then starts getting into this situation where he's the one that goes in for her birthday, gives her this gift. It's very personal, et cetera, et cetera. And then there is also a time when he starts saying to her, "I know how you feel. I was an orphan," and says to her, "I never got the chance to feel lost, though."
Right. Yeah, we'll get into that because that's a huge thing. Well, that happens after the ritual, which we might as well get into now.
Ritual.
Ready?
Ritual.
Said, which bringing up the I never had a chance to feel lost, or that the first like moment where Danny is very like noticing the community is when Christian's trying to get her attention with the cake, and then to the right you see the baby crying and there's like 5 people comforting the one baby, which later obviously that same imagery comes right back and being held. So like right there is when he fucked up the very first time, like big time, forgetting the birthday, and then she's like totally focused on how the community is instead.
Yeah, because they both look at that, and then he looks back at her, and she's really focused on the group of people, kind of comforting that baby, like crying, and he's trying to light the candle, and she's like, it's fine.
It's fine. That part was so uncomfortable.
Which is also, again, a great, movie language thing of like, the flame has gone out, right? And there any attempts to reignite it are going to fail outright. Like you can't keep the candle. Like, and also we get kind of the first, if I'm not wrong here, we get kind of the first hint of like the little motif that carries out that weird like that inhale, because she kind of
she's like.
Yeah, it's
such a tiny flame.
Yeah, it's big, which Ari Aster loves that too. For Hereditary, it was the that thing, and it's this weird like exhale. No, it's like it's a reverse breath, right? Usually you breathe in, but this one it's like it's this weird inverse of how you should breathe. And then she blows out the candle, so we see kind of the inverse of it there. And then we also, I guess, right around here is where you meet Ruben, because we also get, because Christian's the one who asks, like, it feels very rude, a very like blunt question. Hey, do you guys like deal with incest around a lot around here? And they explain like, well, it's been a problem before. And then like, well, sometimes we intentionally inbreed because we think that creates profits. They preserve the bloodline, and it's basically people who are dealing with mental handicaps because they're genetically inbred. But in their minds, they go, oh, well, they're sort of blessed. They're not clouded by these other distractions and thoughts that an average mind would be. They're somewhere else, and we turn to them for our scripture and prophecy and things like that. So that's kind of Reuben's role. Then they again set it up, but sometimes we would have to bring in outsiders, to discourage inbreeding. We bring in other people to join the family, and it's like, do you now?
That's
you bring in
because they totally give 2 different stories, and I don't understand why. Because the one guy says, we really respect the taboo of inbreeding and we don't do it, and then the other guy is like, oh yeah, we intentionally do this. And I always wondered why, like, one of them would lie and one of them would be blatant about it, and what that really means. Because it's just weird that they would hide it in one scenario, but then totally just tell someone else.
Well, this is after the ritual, but yeah, we'll get into it. But yeah, that was like immediately after the ritual when things start to like kind of go to shit.
Yeah.
When after Christian decides to do his theory or his thesis on Harga. So in one scene, Christian is talking to the guy and he's like, we respect the incest taboo. So like if, that is something they're not willing to do, then like it's based on like who's like authorized to mate. And then Josh is elsewhere doing his thesis and someone else is like, no, we intentionally inbreed to keep their like bloodline pure and their conscience like unclouded. Mm-hmm. But later on, when Connie comes out after the ritual and Simon goes missing, the guy's like, he went to the airport and then the car's coming back for you.
Yeah.
And then Danny is elsewhere as well. And she, after seeing that, she asked the one woman, did you see Simon leave? And she says, yes, I saw him go to the airport and they're coming back for Connie. Mm-hmm. So it's like it's like only if something is contained that everybody's on the same page. But if it's happening separately, they didn't have time to get their story straight.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And obviously, in the respect to Christian's character, we talk very much about gaslighting, as we should, because that's what he does to Danny. But it's also, what the cult, the Hargis, are doing to them as well. Like it's funny because I see it's easy to see the cult as kind of altruistic, especially on the first watch, because they are so nice and supportive and welcoming. But the whole thing is really, obviously a grand deception for more nefarious means. And they are giving them two different versions of the truth, especially these people who are here to like study their rituals and their lifestyle. And they're not sharing the same story. They're constantly disorienting them and kind of spinning them in a circle, so they can't really get their bearings in this place and really understand who they're dealing with. It's a great point. They're getting different renditions of the same story. All right, should we get in this ritual here? We keep dancing around the ritual.
I have one more thing, but it's not
okay.
at all, I swear. So I don't know if this isn't really a theory. I would say that this is probably true, but like I feel like since the first time they get high, they're kind of a little high the entire time because they keep like, giving them things, and then like the acknowledgement of like either the flowers moving or whatever, or the grass is like when she's super fucked up. But I feel like
the face is literally in the tree, like in the tree in the background. You see the faces.
I just think that's the indicator of like, okay, she's like super into whatever trip. But I feel like the whole movie, since they get there, they're just all high.
Yeah, I think literally after they take mushrooms, they have never been sober because they give them, like Danny is taking sleeping pills from Josh to sleep. The tea has like chemical properties in it. Who knows what's in the food? Like they're 100% always just annihilated.
Yeah,
I would be inclined to agree. It feels like they're always a little bit less.
No, like, do you think they're being drugged, or do you think that, like, I don't know, like, are they?
Because Pele even like offers like this thing to sniff to Danny.
Oh yeah.
Like, hey, this is gonna calm you down after the ritual, which we'll get to. We promise we're getting to the ritual
now.
But yeah, he offers that to her. I think they're unknowingly being drugged until they're told like it has this into it. When they've already been drugged and they're not come down from it yet, they're like, yeah, this has it in it, and their guard is down because they're already high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would not want to eat or drink anything in this goddamn place.
When they gave them like the strawberry thing, I'm like, ooh, there's drugs in those strawberries.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I get the feeling I got.
Yeah, it feels like everybody's constantly under the influences. I mean, it's just so surreal. It's so dreamlike and also nightmarish, all throughout. No, I agree. I don't think they're ever really allowed to come down and think 100% logically. And then there's also just the trauma and the shock of once again the ritual, which we are
getting into now.
The ritual. Once they've seen this, now they're going to be in shock the entire time. Like they're going to be reeling from this. Especially Danny, who's already in such a fragile state mentally and emotionally. Who's just kind of teetering on the edge at all times and hoping somebody will pull her back. And then you have something like this, which just it doesn't matter who you are.
Josh knows about and knows what's going to happen because even Christian's like, do you know what that is? And he's like, oh yeah. And he's like, tell me. And he's like, you'll have to see. And like Christian calls him an asshole. So this is another reason why like nobody gives a shit about Danny in this movie. And it's so upsetting because Josh, like any normal person would be like, oh, they're about to commit suicide. Danny's sister committed suicide and killed her parents with a murder-suicide. Like, maybe I should warn them, like, hey, maybe you want to sit this one out. But he chooses to keep his knowledge, which eventually ends up killing him. Spoilers. But his knowledge ends up killing him because it's so selfish. Like he uses his knowledge in a selfish way, especially in that scene. It's so selfish to be like, this is my thesis. I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to have to see, even though could have like saved Danny a ton of pain.
Yeah. And we haven't talked about his character too much, but he's very much kind of consumed in his studies and his thesis and his project that you don't really get a lot of him because he's so wrapped up in the project that he's working on and his thesis paper. His reluctance to share that info is part of his downfall, but it also is kind of affirmed once we see what Christian eventually decides to do later when he is going to basically rip him off. So it's like he's also kind of affirmed in it because of his company. But yes, very, very selfish and arrogant to let Danny be there and not really to let anybody show up and not give them warning, regardless of what you're going through. This is something that most people should probably never see in their lives. And even as just casual people watching a movie at home, it's still pretty upsetting the first time you see this.
Well, and Pele said, because when that got brought up, he said, is it actually? And then he goes, it's pretty actual. So he didn't even really allude to the fact that it was hardcore exactly what they were thinking it was. He was like, it's pretty actual. So like, I don't think anyone really knew that was truly going to happen, but they should have said something to Danny, obviously.
There was a comment made when Connie and Simon were freaking out, and Ingmar is trying to get them to calm down or whatever. And then I think it's Pele that says, oh, you didn't warn them.
Yeah.
You didn't give them a heads up on what's going to happen or what was happening today.
Oh,
yeah. So that was really weird. And that was one of the first things I noticed during that entire scene. Mm-hmm. Besides, I don't know what you guys got into because I left for a second.
We just got into the ritual.
Okay,
the right part,
yeah, that was very interesting because he says that to Ingmar, oh, you didn't warn them. And I have a theory on Ingmar too, which I'll get into towards the end because it has something to do kind of with that scene. But yeah, that was just a little thing. But.
Sorry.
I would say no one in that cult has really any position to be like, oh, you didn't tell anybody? It's you didn't tell them either. You knew what we were here to do today. And there's also a great shot. I just caught it this time. It's just a very little, again, there's just funny little things in this movie. After they fall from the cliff and everybody's screaming and freaking out, especially Connie and Simon. There's just this woman there kind of out of focus in the background who turns around and is just like, what? Like she puts her arms up like, geez, can you shut your trap? We're doing a thing. Like she seemed so inconvenienced by them freaking out when like her peers just exploded in front of her. And she's like, could you calm down? I'm doing this thing over here. Like that's just such a funny, just a weird just little thing in the background one of the extras is doing. I just thought it was super funny.
Yeah. How the entire movie is though. There's always that like there's shit happening and everybody around them is just like, what? Like
I think that's a commentary on his movies in general and how audiences react. Yeah. Like they're portrayed one way, but it's really meant to be perceived another way. And like audiences, like I said, when I saw these movies, like there were 2-3 different reactions. So I feel like that's like a commentary, like why are you screaming? And this is supposed to be funny. This is supposed to be like a drama. Like, why are you screaming?
Yeah, it is all, it's so jarring and upsetting, but also like so absurd that again, it just kind of makes you go, well, shit. Like you just kind of throw your arms up and go, all right. Like how this is, I would say definitely kind of the where we finally officially dip into like, oh, this is a horror film. And this is probably, I would say, the most graphically violent thing in the whole film. It's quite a graphic and drawn out sequence. I would love to just hear, how did you guys feel seeing this scene for the first time? Like, were you similarly shocked? I mean, because it really gets in there.
I believe my exact words that came out of my mouth in the theaters was, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, I was pretty shocked.
When the woman jumps and her head explodes off of a rock, and then we see her caved-in head, I believe my words were, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, it was pretty nasty. I'm not like a super big gore person, so I was like grossed out, terrified, shocked, just not having it, which is similar to how I felt in Hereditary when Charlie,
And when I know a movie is good and that it has my attention, is at this moment I literally leaned forward in my seat and I was like, oh, yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's a very fascinating scene because everybody there understands what they're there to do.
The caved-in head is fascinating to you? You fucking freak.
Yes, very fascinating. No, the entire ritual as a whole is very fascinating because they're obviously the two people who show up there knowing that they're going to die. They're so content. There's obviously so much peace and like full belief in what they're there to do that day, which is this idea of after every I don't, maybe somebody remembers the actual amount of time, but towards the end of certain people's lives, they offer themselves up as tribute to sacrifice and usher in the end of their cycle and their era, and so that the group can grow further and become more diversified, as more people come in and out with the old so there's room for the new, essentially. And it's an honor, it's a distinction, to offer yourself up rather than wither away.
Yeah, because they explain how like life is a cycle. Each like season is like an age range. Mm-hmm. So it's like born to age 16 is spring, and then 16 or like 17 to 32 is summer. So Danny is literally midsummer.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's like right in the middle. She's midsummer. So that is like another deeper meaning to the whole thing. Yeah. And then when you reach 72, you've reached the end of your cycle. You're in winter, which is how the movie begins. Her parents are probably in that age range.
Yeah.
Which also deepens the theories. So
oh God,
72. Right?
Saying that just made my brain do a whole bunch of stuff.
Right?
Oh fuck.
With the flower crown next to their bed, and it's winter. It's literally the only winter scene we see.
I love the ritual scene.
Damn.
Once they reach 72, they believe they can't take care of themselves. Instead of like getting to the point where you can no longer take care of yourself and feel the shame of being like taken care of, you offer your life to the gods and sacrifice yourself.
If I heard correctly, Paige, I think I heard you saying you love this scene. Is that correct?
I love this scene, and I don't want to be judged because I didn't think it was like as fucked up as people thought it was. Because I like when the old woman, she does like she puts her arms up and then she sacrifices herself, and then the man actually goes in.
Mm-hmm.
And then goes down. I don't know what that symbolizes.
Also, on the stone, the two symbols on there, the like backwards R, Danny symbol, and the arrow pointing up is Christian symbol. And she runs her hands down the stone, and the only symbol left without blood is Danny's with the R.
Okay. I never noticed that. I did notice the stones, but I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
That was really good to know.
I'm glad you're tracking the runes, because I knew that as I was watching it, I was like, this is totally a thing, but if I try to track it, I'm going to get so distracted.
I was literally pausing like every 3 minutes to write down stuff and be like, oh, I saw that.
So was it meant for the old man to suffer? Did he have Christians?
That's essentially the belief, is the woman was basically like signifying Danny's soul.
Okay.
Where it was like freed. There was no suffering. She landed. There was no pain, and she was free in their eyes.
Yeah.
The old man jumps, shatters his legs, can't move.
That was the
worst.
Can't
talk, which at the end, the woman explains to Christian, you can't move and you can't talk.
And
which is the old man cannot do. All he can do is kind of groan. And he's feeling immense suffering, which is a complete reverse of what's going on now with Danny and Christian. Christian is like just like not really feeling anything, and Danny is suffering. But the man right now is suffering and signifying what's going to happen with Christian, and they just bash his brains in.
Yeah.
Hammer time.
I think that's the beginning where I start to feel like Danny is a part of everything that is going on, and this is like her family, because when the old woman is up there, Danny starts breathing. You hear her breathing heavily, and I feel like that was sort of maybe a foreshadowing of whether it was adrenaline or what it was for that woman, and everyone watching, obviously, like, oh, she's about to do this. So Danny's breathing heavily, and then it goes into when the old man hits the ground, everybody around is groaning with him. And Danny is kind of like, the sound goes away. And then you see the other two people and like everyone else that she was with is freaking out, obviously. But she's kind of really starting to get in sync with all the people on the village.
Yeah. And then you get that great lens baby scene.
Yes.
Or a shot where it's literally like swirled around her and there's like no sound. And she's just like, instead of like breathing heavily, she's just there. Like,
they actually have another scene with the lens baby in the director's cut that I really want you guys to see. And it's in the dark, which is really weird because like the entire movie's filmed in sunlight, but there's a dark scene that was in the director's cut and it's filmed with the lens baby. And it's the same exact thing. She's kind of like going out of tune, and it's her and Christian arguing. And you see her, it starts the swirl, and it's filmed on the lens baby, and she starts like heavily breathing in the situation.
I think it's really interesting that they took that out. That was the only like ritual at night, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
There's only two other like night scenes in the movie, and they're very brief. You have the dream sequence later on, and then Josh's scene.
Right. Yeah.
Those are like the only two, and they're kind of like right next to each other. So there's not a lot of nighttime. So seeing another nighttime scene would definitely be cool.
and he's very much punished for going out at night. The movie's like, there's not supposed to be any night scenes, Josh. You're gonna fucking pay for this.
Yeah.
Bad idea. You should have waited till sunrise.
Yeah.
So yeah, the ritual occurs, and I just gotta say, yeah, what happens. But first of all, that's a really fascinating insight into the scene, Connor, that you've brought to it. What happens to him maybe isn't by mistake, because it seems like when you watch it, just like, oh, he just hit the ground wrong, right? Like the other lady went in face first, and that ended up being the way to go. That was good. He fell on his feet and didn't die. God, it's so fucking upsetting, that scene.
Yeah.
Just him sitting there and twitching, and they give you they're not shy about anything. They give you a shot of that leg. You see the blood like rising from his eye and his mouth, and then they're like just kind of tag in Hammer guy, right? They're like, well, it's a good thing we brought the hammer down here because we're going to need it this time.
Why did they excessively hit him with that hammer? Because that one time was enough. Why did they do it like 4 times?
Yeah, they get everybody in on the fun. They're like, line up, everybody.
Like, okay, that's enough.
Maybe it's been like 10 cycles since somebody got to use the hammer. So
they're like, use the hammer. Because they really do. Even after that, they use the hammer more than once. They're like, everybody, it's that time. We get to use the hammer.
You may never get the chance again. So go wild, have fun with it. It's a party. It's a celebration, right? So obviously this is incredibly upsetting to everybody that isn't there already there, living amongst them.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Danny, but everybody in their group really is shaken by this. Some of them reel back from it easier than others, especially hers. This is the part where she goes off, I believe, and
yes,
says, "Yep, just go do your thing."
Everybody's like holding hands, like walking down this path, and then Danny, obviously Connie and Simon are like freaking out and like rushing ahead of everybody, but so is Danny. And this is the scene that we kept talking about where Christian is like, "Oh yeah, go off on your own," and then runs after Josh.
Yeah, leaves her to no longer is feeling obligated to be any source of comfort for her. He's just focused on his own thing now, and he knows, because he's upset. He like, you didn't tell us this was going to happen. He knows how terrible it was for her to experience this, but then is not interested in actually doing anything about it afterwards. He's
like, "Oh, I'm doing my thesis on this." Yeah.
If anything, he gets super inspired. He's like, okay, I could probably write an interesting paper about this. I guess that's what I'm like. Now it's completely what he's absorbed in, and that's when she wants to leave, and that's when Pele finally sits her down and says, like, no, like, I understand.
He's like, yeah, it's not about that. And he's like, no, I was technically an orphan. My parents died in a fire, and I was technically an orphan, but the difference is I didn't feel lost because I had a family here.
Yes, the commune raised me. I was instantly, adopted by this family. But yes, and
which is his way of manipulating Danny. Like, you don't have to feel the loss. You have a family here. You don't need to worry about Christian or what happened back home with your parents and your sister. You have a family here.
But it is, and so this is what's so dangerous about his character and everybody there. And because I think, like a lot of people, I totally kind of fell for it as well the first time, because the way he looks at her so serenely, he speaks so sweetly and compassionately to her, and it feels like no one else in the film has given her that care and that consideration yet. Like, it's so warm and so empathetic, and it's like he actually is seeing her, whereas Christian's always kind of looking past her, looking for an excuse to get out of the scene. He sits down, takes a moment, and tries to actually comfort her, and it works, and it feels very altruistic in the moment. But again, watching it a second time, I was like, oh, Christian may not even be he actually, I would say he's not the primary manipulator of this film or the stories.
Do you think Pele's parents really died in a fire, or was that his way of just manipulating?
Well, I think they did, and we understand by the end of this film what the circumstances of that
are. Pretty sure that's how. Like,
God damn it!
like
we learned.
Get that. I'm over here like, oh shit, the stone is like symbolizing fucking Danny and Christian. And I'm over here like not understanding the obvious with Pele's parents. I feel like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
That one's past you.
That was one I also didn't get the first time I watched it, but this time I went, oh, died in a fire, you son of a bitch. Like
now I get why you guys were laughing. I was like, why are you guys laughing? Like, something wrong with my face right now? I fucking get it. God damn it.
It took me some time too, for real. Like, because I was just like, okay, whatever, this is him trying to connect with her. But then I was like, oh. That's cool.
Yeah. And again, you don't
a movie you have to see more than a few times.
Yeah. It's just packed with those little things. So yeah, I totally believe that's how his parents went out, and we understand the circumstances. And to that end, clearly he was. It's not just these people were here for me. He's born into it. Like this is the only life he's ever known, and his life and everything he's done in it also probably, unbeknownst to him, kind of manufactured and guided along the way to get him to where he is now, where he's doing the same thing and kind of acting as this shepherd, leading these, confused, unsuspecting people to their demise, or at least their destiny in some of their cases. Yeah, it's very curious what you get on repeat viewings of this film. Yeah, I definitely believe his parents died in a fire, but he convinces her, and that's the thing. He's very, very sweet with his words and very manipulative, and it knows how to get what he wants. Whereas Christian knows what he wants and is just too much of a boring dumbass to like step up to the plate and actually take initiative. He's just walking through everybody else's lives and damaging things as he goes. Let's see, what was this? Oh, for the two elders. So I think Jessica just got through the ritual. How's it going there? Well, we got to the ritual before they did. After all of that, we got to the ritual.
No, that's right before the ritual, the dinner.
The dinner.
Yeah.
Where
but like,
there was not a lot going on in that scene. It's the dinner after.
But you know what? Every dinner scene, what's so upsetting to me is the stark silence. And then when dozens of people pick up their silverware at the same time, the sound of that, I don't know. Like I could see that being soothing to some people. To me, it sends like the wrong kind of chills down my spine. It's just something so eerie about that.
Conan O'Brien used to have a skit like that on his late night show, like in the late 90s, early 2000s, where it would be like, it would just cut to a dinner scene and it would be so silent. And then they would just like, you would just hear the like silverware on the plates, and it was so disturbing and like awkward. Like you can't help but laugh.
Yeah. And this is that time, it's like dozens of people all doing it at the same time. The sound of it all, silverware hitting plate at the same time, glass. It's just, I don't know. Something about that was so creepy to me. Mm-hmm. So this is right around the time Connie and Simon decide it's time to get out of Dodge as well.
Yeah.
And Connie, so Connie, it's I feel like it's the next day though, right? Like they're all convinced. Danny's convinced to stay. And then I think the next day is when Connie's getting her stuff together to leave, right?
Well, no, this is all like happening at the same time. This is after Danny tries to leave, but Pele convinces her to stay and has that conversation with her. And Pele leaves, and then Danny's about to come out.
Mm.
Yeah.
So that's the same day, because it's like.
It's all happening like in a row. So Pele leaves. Danny is about to walk out and sees Connie. Like, where did Simon go? And the guy's like, oh, he went to the airport. The car's coming back for you. He didn't want to wait. And that's when Danny walks off and passes. She gets kind of roped into making the dinner with all the women. And she's like, did you see Simon leave? And the woman's like, yeah, he went to the airport. And I think, we see the redhead has her own pie that she sets aside.
Oh, yes. Special ingredients made with love. Yeah. And then to me, this is where more of the dread starts to sneak in, because I think right away you just understand Simon did not get in the truck and leave. You don't need to see it. No one needs to say it. You just immediately get it. Because Connie said, like, why would he do that? It makes no sense. And again, I love the guy trying to like navigate. She's like, well, there's not room. Like, whatever. I could have sat in his lap. Well, I said that too, but he said that seemed like a bad idea. Like everything she said, he's like, we thought about that too, but it didn't work out. Good evening to you as well, Demented Pictures. Thank you for watching.
Good evening.
Thank you for watching. We're talking a little Midsommar. Talking a lot of Midsommar. Nothing but Midsommar.
But in this same scene, there's so much going on in this scene. After that, you hear someone like screaming. Because after, I can't remember. Yeah, everybody was talking. It was like Josh, Mark, and some other people. Mark says he's going to go pee.
Right. Yeah.
Scream. And we find out that he's like literally pissing on their ancestors.
Their ancestral tree, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's like representative of everybody that's passed. They all live onto this tree, and dude's just whizzing on it. And again, I just love it. His like just turns around. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just taking a leak. Like,
I didn't know it was special.
Two elders that jumped off the cliff on the tree, and he pissed on them right after.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. I love
it. Because right before that, he's like, of all the times you chose not to wake me up.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah, because he misses the ritual. That's right. Yeah.
And then he's super pissed off about it. He's like, you didn't wake me up for that?
Yeah, he's the craziest son of a bitch in the group for sure. Like he's sad that he didn't see these people just explode off of a cliff in a way that's like traumatized all his friends forever now. He's like, oh shit, that sounds pretty sick actually. Let me go piss on the street.
And then this dinner scene, because after all that, we have that dinner scene, and this one's insane.
Did Christian have the argument? Yeah, he did. He had the argument with his friend about the.
Yeah,
he reveals that.
So this is after they argued.
Yeah, this is after the argument and after Pele is talking to Danny and all that. This is all like the same scene, and then it goes into the dinner scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he of course reveals that he's going to also do his thesis on the Harga, which it's the same way he talks to Danny. It's like so matter of factly, like, yeah, I just thought I'd let you know, so it's like not a surprise. And it's like, dude, this is the whole reason we came here. Like, we got, like, you guys came with me, but the whole reason we're here is so that I can write about this culture for my thesis. My whole fucking thing revolves around this. And like, you're like, yeah, he's like, yeah, well, I'm just gonna do it. Like yours is, you're like going to different places. Like, I'm just gonna do it about this place. Mm-hmm. Like, he just, again, he tries to manipulate the conversation so the other person always seems like the asshole. He's like, why are you making a big deal? Like, I thought we could like collaborate, like.
Yeah, and then he's like, after Josh is like, wow, that is like impressive even for you. He's like, well, if you choose to do it on this place too, then we can collaborate. I'm open to that. But if not, then we'll go our separate. It was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you are a dick.
Yes. Putting the other person in a position where it's it's on them to be the asshole. Like, just escaping accountability and forcing them to be the ones who make it an issue. Pretending to be supportive, pretending to be present, pretending to be a good friend. And then being like, well, what's your fucking deal? When the person inevitably gets upset because you're doing something upsetting to them and you know that. Let's see. When the woman is explaining the reasoning behind their gesture for the end of their life cycle, she turns to Danny and looks to her while she's talking about suffering. Oh, fuck. Yeah, apparently there's just a lot going on in that scene I pick up even this time because I just knew it was coming. And so I was like already hiding under the covers of like, oh, God, here we go. Yeah, so much info is packed into all these fucking scenes, man. As you can see, we've crossed the 2-hour mark here, and that usually marks the end of the episode, and we've still got a little bit of film here to talk about. In theory,
a wine left.
We've got theories. I've got plenty of peanut butter whiskey. I'm not. I don't think I'm feeling bold enough to open this and pour some more. Or should I do it like you, just straight from the bottle?
Just straight from the bottle, dude.
Oh God. No, we no. So yes, this is where we keep jumping around, but I feel like that's just how it's going to happen, right?
Sprite's my favorite pop.
Got a bottle of Sprite. There you go. Very respectful.
Cranberry Sprite is the best Sprite of all Sprite.
Okay. All right.
I wish I had a bottle of cranberry Sprite.
There you go. So we got the dinner scene. Everybody's got a pie. We know that I can't remember the character's name, but the red-haired woman,
Maya. I looked it up while we were talking earlier. I was like, it's going to bother me if we don't say her name. Thank
you. Maya's made Christian a special pie. And then again, this is something I didn't pick up on the first time I watched this, but we saw from the tapestry what sort of ritual. I think we also the little rune gets found underneath Christian's pie now too.
The night before, she puts a rune.
And Pele's like, oh, that's a love rune. Somebody just doing a little love spell on her.
It's after because Josh is still awake, which we'll get into.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So but so we're getting all the pieces from the tapestry, and we of course see that part of it is it's making the person eat your pubic hair, which Christian picks out of the pie here.
I didn't get this until literally this time I watched it. I was like, because I saw the tapestry and I focused on that, and I was like, oh, they like menstruate into his drink, and I was like, I don't remember that ever being part of it.
No.
This is the color of Christian's drink.
Oh my God. Were you waiting to do that this whole time?
I was like, I can't just finish this wine because I need to
do shit.
That was worse than the ritual scene. Him drinking her period blood.
I did not notice that until this time. I was like, oh wait, his drink is darker than everybody else's.
Yep.
And then I was like, I got some blood in the drink. The ritual is complete because immediately after that, she puts the rune underneath his pillow, and Josh sees it, and then this is when we get into Christian and Josh going their separate ways and talking about different things going on in the community.
Yeah,
I when I first saw the movie, I watched it with like a few other people in theaters, and that scene, noticing that his drink was a different color, I was just like, I looked at my friends, I was like, do you see that his is darker? And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, his drink is darker. Ew.
Yeah, I never noticed that, and I think that goes along with, I saw it at like an independent theater, so maybe the projection wasn't like right. Because when at like on a projector, if it's a 3D projector, or if like they don't change the bulb, like when it's cycles up, it can have a purplish hue to it.
Yeah.
So I think maybe that's something that happened, where like there was more purple hues, so everything looked a little purplish or reddish. And so I didn't notice that until I watched it on 4K today.
Yeah.
And noticed like, oh, his drink is significantly darker than everybody else's.
Yeah.
That's one of the only little things I picked up the first time. There's a lot of things I missed, but that was one thing that I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, and they do frame it so brilliantly where you just see so many glasses that are one color, and just the one in the middle, Christian's is just not quite. He's got kind of more of a tropical hue to it. It's not quite lemonade anymore, you know what I mean? It's like a little more Tropicana. Demented Pictures, working on a video of the worst horror remakes ever made. What would you choose?
I would choose the shot-for-shot remake of Psycho.
Oh, that's a good, the Gus Van Sant. You know, like Vincent Vaughn as Norman Bates?
Not.
I think the one that comes to mind for me, the first one that comes to mind is definitely the Nightmare on Elm Street remake.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, recasting Freddy Krueger already a tough thing to have to do, and then
there's a lot of remakes where people automatically rewrote it or like wrote it off as like a terrible remake, like Friday the 13th, the 2009. They're like, this is a terrible remake. No, that movie fucking rules. The intro is its own mini movie, and it's fucking insane.
They're definitely good ones. I don't know, Paige or Kayla, if you have any bad horror remakes that come to mind when you're asked that question at all. Anything comes to mind there?
I usually don't watch the remakes.
Just skip them.
A lot of people don't like the Suspiria remake, but I love the Suspiria remake more than the original.
I want you to watch it.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. Obviously, we've talked about it on the show before. Connor and I are very endeared to the Evil Dead remake. We like that one a lot.
I love that one.
The Evil Dead remake is literally neck and neck with the original, and I love the original. Like,
yeah,
it's my favorite horror movie, and the remake is right up there with the original. So
the remake was fantastic.
Yeah, I think if you got to go on that, there's that like mid 2000s run where it's all about remaking horror. There's not a lot of gold in there. I wish I could think of more. I mean, I guess like the Thing remake, like the most recent remake, that one's just got a bunch of unfortunate digital effects in it. And there you are. You just mentioned in the chat, there's some remakes that surpass the original. The Thing, the Fly, I imagine what you meant, and the Blob. Yeah, those are all great examples. And then there's a 2011 Thing, I think, is when that one came out. It's one I'm thinking of. The really painted over all the practical effects and digital effects just wasn't very good.
Yeah. Back to Midsommar. That was a good question, though. I do like it.
And I think Jessica just got to that scene was Pele and his parents' visitors, and that is why they burned in the fire. Yeah, that's the thing.
We'll get into my theory about Danny's parents and Pele.
Danny's parents, okay.
Yes.
Did we mention? So yeah, dinner scene. I know this is such an erratic episode.
It's the dinner scene after that.
Mark. Let's not forget what happens to Mark. He gets taken away.
Mark comes off with that woman.
It's Inga, right? Inga's like, come on over here and see what I got going on.
Yeah, Inga.
And I don't pay attention to him.
We don't hear from him again. But then Josh notices the rune being put under Christian's pillow. And then, Christian and Josh go their separate ways. They're talking about different things going on. That's where we get the two different stories about the inbreeding. That's when we learn more about Reuben. And they explain Reuben's writing these books because towards the beginning we see him like painting these pictures, and it just looks like nonsense. But then it's explained like he comes up with this stuff, we're to interpret it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then that night, Josh sneaks off because he asks the guy, "Can I take pictures of this?" And he gets super offended. And is like, "Absolutely not."
Yeah.
No. Fuck no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very, very outright says that's not going to be okay. There's no navigating that one. It's forbidden.
Yeah. So that night, Josh keeps his shoes on. And I watched something where they kind of did like a parallel from the I can't remember what that cult was. The one that all had the like New Balance.
Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate, yeah. They said that was like a direct like correlation with that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
because he goes with his shoes on, his New Balances are sticking out, and then he like puts the blanket over him, and then he sneaks off, taking pictures of the book, and then we see Mark come in.
Turns out it was still Hammer time all along.
Yeah, absolutely.
This part of the movie where he goes in there and he takes pictures of it. The person who walked in Mark's skin, who was that?
That, I believe, was Reuben.
It's not, because Reuben is literally watching in the corner.
Oh,
yeah, there's that great thing.
So many pans. Yeah, pans. He's just in his little bed like he always is.
Oh, that's right. Because I did look this up because I had the same thought and I completely forgot about it. It's the guy that brought Connie and Simon.
Ingvar?
Ingvar. Yeah.
That's who it is?
I believe that's what they said in the video that I watched, that it was Ingvar who did it.
Oh, he's the one who's in Mike's skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, was it Ingvar or was it the guy who got pissed off at Mark for pissing on the tree?
I assumed it was him.
It might be him.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was that guy.
It might be
maybe,
but I can't remember why.
I can't remember because Ingvar also has like another scene where he does something fucked up.
Sure, as they all do.
Yeah. Maybe it was the guy who got super pissed off at Mark.
This death scene I also found quite upsetting. In that he gets hit in the head with the hammer. But again, we see another instance of one of these characters being incredibly selfish, working towards their own best interest. And they're under the guise of respecting this culture and wanting to document it. And like, oh yeah, I'm not going to take down names or locations. I'm going to be very coy about it and just objectively report it. And as night falls, immediately disrespecting their traditions and their rules, and being punished for it. But that it lingers on him, that he gets hit and that he gets bludgeoned and doesn't just fall down and die. We're stuck there with him for like a good minute where he's still alive, but it's not that he's, pleading for his life, or it's not even to me like he's groaning in pain. It's like we're hearing the sound of his brain trying to function and it can't anymore. And that is so upsetting and disturbing to me.
It's one of those things where it's like a parallel between what's happened and what is happening. His knowledge is what got him to this point. It was his ultimate doom straight from the beginning. It's his knowledge that ultimately doomed him. It kind of made him selfish and more of a dick. And then it got him to this point, and his brain is trying to function, but he has no knowledge to speak. His knowledge is gone. He has no brain function. His brain is gone.
Yeah.
I didn't even the noise that he was making. I did not realize for like maybe 6 times watching this movie that it was him making that noise.
Yeah, first I thought it
skin, and I was like, why are they like breathing like that? And then I realized, oh fuck, it's Josh dying.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it, and it was so much worse when I figured that out.
Yeah,
it's just the idea of the brain like still trying to fire and just can't because his head's been caved in.
And I loved that, like how
I love
his brain function dying. I just love the parallels. Like he's the smartest one in the room at all times, and he's like at a higher level than everybody. Yeah. And it ultimately killed him. And then we're left to see him basically trying to use his brain, and he can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really upsetting scene. And now they're 2 down. Connie and Simon are gone too.
Nobody acknowledges it because the next scene they wake up. Josh is gone, Mark is gone, and nobody's like, "Where's Josh or Mark?"
Like, well, they're Christian's kind of like, well, I don't know. Mark fucked off, and he's a jerk. Like whatever, he's not around. But I think Christian's almost maybe been relieved that they can't find Josh, because I feel like to him it's like, cool, there's that hurdle I don't have to deal. Oh, I'm sorry to make us fact check, but we missed something I really like, because it's at that before all that happens, before they die, that dinner scene again, where they're talking about first there's that scene where Christian again like offers to collaborate, and he Josh rejects him, and he gets all defensive and shitty about it. But then Danny says, "Did you hear that Simon just left Connie?" Oh, he's like, "Wow, that's so messed up." And she's like, "I could see you doing that." He's like, "Wait, what?" Like, it's the first instance we see where she's finally being honest with herself in the situation and does anything that resembles confronting him, and makes just kind of this remark. I could see you doing that.
Wait, so that's at the table.
Yeah.
And that happens. And then at the end, when she's May Queen and she's sitting there and he's at the end of the table, it kind of correlates with that when she's like, I could see you do something like that. he comes and he's at the other side of the table, and then she's where she's at. And I feel like that kind of coexists with each other because she's like going off of her word. Like I could see you doing that, but she actually is the one who does it.
Sure, yeah.
So it's kind of a switch in roles, sort of, with Danny and Christian. And that's when it kind of, obviously we'll get into that, but that's when that starts shifting.
Yes, that's an interesting observation because I didn't really think about it, but by the end, it is like she's more secure in her surroundings and who she is, and he's the one who has no idea what planet he's on and is like trying to grab onto like the last thing he even recognizes at this point as his brain just turns to mush in his head. But before that, it's time for the maypole dancing competition.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this is the May Queen like competition.
It's a big party. Don't worry about your friends and those two strangers that have gone inexplicably missing. It's time for the big party.
They take more drugs.
I have a very important question leading into the dancing. So maybe you guys can explain this to me. Earlier in the movie, they explained that like we have this big festival only once every 100 years or something. No, don't they say
90.
that? But it seems like they do this all the time because there's tons of May Queens, first of all. So don't they do that like every year? So what part of this whole Midsommar and tradition is like, yeah, so 90 years. So if they do it every 90 years, why? It seems like they do it all the time though. So what part is happening only 90 years? Because anytime
I think the sacrifices. I think the May Queen is like up until the May Queen dies, possibly. I'm not sure, but I think the sacrifices, the 9 souls with 90 years. I think that's
maybe
what happens every 90 years is the 9 souls being sacrificed.
Okay.
May Queen.
That always confused me because I was like, it seemed like they were saying this is only happening right now. It's the first time it's happened in 90 years, but like clearly that's not the case.
Yeah, because there's like 30 something photos up there, so that'd be like
right.
Like 300 years, 270 years of photos. It's like I don't think that happened.
Right. That's a great distinction. I mean, all likelihood, you couldn't have people flying off the cliff every year because not everybody's ready to do that. There's like there's a whole timeline to when that happens, so that's probably quite special. And then I think maybe the final sacrifice, the big fire at the end, maybe that's this thing. And then making a May Queen is just like, that's our annual beauty pageant. We're always doing that. That's how we have fun every year. But there is that is the emphasis put on this particular time. It is why it's such a big deal and why they have to be there. So Josh can do paper on this big, amazing, event, and Pele is so excited about it. Yeah, it seems like there's a distinction that this one is different and is special.
If that is true, that ruins our theory about his parents dying in a fire, though.
Oh,
that's true.
That theory, if that's the case. So
I think what we also have been learning as we talk about it is that you can't really take the hardest word for anything. They're just as manipulative and misleading and deceitful as anybody else that's visiting them in the movie. So you almost can't really take any of their word as gospel because it might not be. And somebody else might say, hey, we do this every 10 years. You said 90 years? Just every time you try to figure them out, they got
90 years was like trying to be like, oh, this one's special. Mm-hmm. This hasn't happened in 90 years. So you're going to want to come and check this out.
Yeah.
And so there.
What'd you say?
I feel like they're like that towards each other too, because I feel like towards the end when, so there's a part, I don't know exactly when it is, but I think it's Father Odd, but I could be wrong. Someone says like, oh, you brought it, like towards the end, he says, you brought us like some of these sacrifices, like some of these people to Pele. And then I feel like Ingmar gave himself away to sacrifice because he wanted to like one up Pele because Pele brought so many people. Ingmar only brought 2. So I feel like it was sort of like a competition between them because they're like this brotherly love sort of situation. And you see that when he greets him in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So
and Pele brought the May Queen.
Right. So I feel like Ingmar was like, oh, I'm going to just sacrifice myself at this point because like Pele outdid me here, outshined me. Yeah.
Wow, he's such a winner. He won that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I'll show him.
Can be more honorable.
Yeah. So we've got the big May Queen. There's just so much happening in this scene. You know, the big
more drugs.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Everyone's on drugs now. Again.
They take more drugs and they make sure that Christian takes drugs, which he's resistant to. He's finally, you are seeing the crack show where he's like, I don't fucking know about this. And he says, like, I don't want it. It's a bad trip. And they then sit him down and they're all sweet about it. Like, no, it's going to be.
Because at this point, Danny is not reliant on him.
Yeah, Danny's doing her own thing. She's in this competition.
This is really the first, like, I mean, we see it kind of like happening, but this is the first time where she's like not worried about what Christian's doing.
Yeah, she's not looking at him. She's totally consumed and enraptured in this competition they're having, this whole thing where there's all these different moves and, you know, everybody there knows how it functions except for her. And yet it's to me,
like,
it seems
it's the drink. She asks what the drink is and they say it has chemical properties, but she takes it willingly. Whereas previously we see her look to Christian for like kind of like permission almost.
Yeah.
They gave Christian the same stuff that they gave the people participating in the dance.
I think they gave him something way worse.
Yeah, they gave him something that completely fucked him up.
Yeah, because pretty much from this point, after he takes the drink, I don't think he has any dialogue for the rest of the movie.
No.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's a really good point.
He is gone, and all he's really doing for the rest of the film is like just giving these confused, scared looks in different directions. It's the bad trip is an understatement. He has no idea where he's at, who these people are, and it's interesting because he's, you know, up to this point you feel nothing but contempt for him, but he's so fucking like pathetic towards the end. It's like I can't not also feel bad for him too, because what's, I mean, she, again, it's great. You see how the dynamic switches because she's off doing her own thing, not concerned about him, and you can see her finally the walls coming down and her really giving herself up to this community where, you know, this very fun celebration. She's got sort of this fellowship, these people are surrounding her and making her feel wanted and that she matters, where he's like sitting there and just kind of like disintegrating, like he's sitting alone in the grass. Mm-hmm. And I also think it's interesting that she ultimately, you know, the whole thing is like they do all these moves and turns and they're knocking into each other, and if you fall down, you're out. And they keep going and going and going and going, and it's this whole ritual and service of this. I think something, I forget the exact details, but something that happened with the deity years ago where people started dancing and they couldn't stop dancing and they danced till they died, you know. Yeah. So we do that too.
Did we miss Josh, or not Josh, Christian going into that room with
not yet.
Okay, that's after. Okay.
That's when
that happens like right before he sits down to watch dancing. So it's
a little during the beginning of when the dance is starting.
Where he goes into the room and the woman's there, and then he sees the painting of the bear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is where he's finally kind of getting set up for why he's truly here. And so they're doing all these moves and people are getting eliminated. I think it's very interesting that Danny, who's never done this before and doesn't know how it functions, ends up being the one who wins at the end, is the only one who doesn't fall down. I think that's very suspicious. And then for Christian, again, he looks, at this point, he's not in control of anything he's doing. You know, he's totally under the influence, not only under the influence of what they've basically coerced him into consuming, but literally people are influencing his every movement from this point to basically the end of the film. He no longer has any agency. He has no control over his actions, and is just kind of being pushed off into different directions and kind of being influenced what he should do.
So you talked about Danny, how it's suspicious that she's like never done this before, doesn't know how it works, but she's the one that outlasts everybody and becomes May Queen. she's also, when it's down to her and someone else, they're able to communicate in this language.
You're right. Yeah.
Which also is going to fuel the other theory I have, which I will
I think now, knowing what your theory is, I think as we go on, I'm totally.
My favorite scenes is when they start communicating, and they're spinning and they're going around in the circle. Because right before that, I think Danny is so hesitant to like go into this family, because I feel like she has nothing to offer to them, because every single person there offers something. And I think because she's lost so much and she has nothing, she's kind of like, what am I going to offer here? But she's thinking about it. And then once she starts dancing, and you see that scene where she's super straight-faced, and then she's tripping super badly to where she's like, holy shit, this is happening. Like, she's freaking out. And then she like snaps out of it incredibly fast and is laughing.
Yeah.
And she just starts laughing with all the girls that she's dancing with. And I think that's when she welcomes herself into the community. I think that might have been the snap where she's like, okay, this is where I belong. And then goes through everything up until then to where she becomes May Queen, and she wanted it. And she's so confused how she got it. And I think she's so confused because she wanted it. Because if she didn't want it, she wouldn't be so like confused how she won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's never been, as far as we've seen so far, she's never been the one kind of in charge of her own narrative. She's, just sort of tethered to what else is going on, and she's maybe resistant to it, or afraid of it, but never gets to be the one in charge and working towards her own best interest. She's always caught up in other people's sort of schemes and motivations. And this time we finally see her break away and find her own agency in everything that's happening, and say this is the first time, she's been welcomed and sort of cherished and been made to feel legitimate in the entire story. And people are recognize her. They're literally, by the end, they're literally going to put her up on a pedestal and let her feel important for the first time in probably years in her life. But in doing so, we also see the cult very actively take a role in isolating her from Christian. Doesn't feel like an accident. They know what they're doing here, because they know what they want to happen, and they're going to make sure it happens. Which is, again, this time I was like, I had a whole different perspective on the cult in the second time I watched this, once I could kind of track their actions throughout the entire story. Because what they do, they she's the May Queen, and they give her this wonderful flower crown, and she gets to go on this great carriage and go off on a wonderful journey. And now it's like, okay, Danny's out of earshot. Now let's get back to why we're here.
But real quick, when they take Danny off, she asks if Christian can come. They say no, which
there you go. Yeah.
Kind of shows her falling back in her old ways, but they're like, no, like, you're on the right path. Like, fuck him. Like, you're your own woman. You are the May Queen. Like, you don't need him. And then they bury meat with an egg and grain. Oh, yeah. What is all of that about?
Who knows? I didn't figure this.
It's kind of like blessing that year's bounty and crops. So like that didn't even seem that weird to me. I was like, I can see.
I could see like burying like the grain in the egg maybe, but like they have like a cut of meat, and who knows where that meat came from.
Well, yeah, because we see later that
at this point.
We see later that they're burying some limbs while they're at it as well at some point, which they also interestingly seem to dig up too by the end of it. They're doing all sorts of wacky stuff that we don't even get to really think about too long. Because, like you said, Kayla, at this point, I'm like, sure, you probably.
That's not weird. That's something they would do.
Okay, well, like that's something that I think that they would do, but also like I can see just weird communities doing things like that, as in like because they, let's say if you're in like a commune like that, maybe you do believe in some weird stuff, and I feel like I can see that being almost kind of normal in those kind of communities, not cults, but like farms and things like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I know Ari Aster, there's no, this specific group and belief system is not legitimate. It's not, it's fictional, but it is based on a variety of influences and real.
Yeah, he did do a lot of, because this was supposed to be his first film, and he wrote it during like a pretty rough breakup, and he did a lot of like research, like years, like I think like almost a decade's worth of research on like German and like Scandinavian like cults and communities and stuff and rituals.
Yeah.
So it's definitely like based on a lot of different stuff.
Right.
Paige, do you have any thought about the buried meat?
No, I think that's one of the things that I didn't really look into as much because of what happens right after.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it kind of like skipped my mind. I could probably watch it again and maybe look at that specifically when I'm watching it. And maybe
go ahead and do that and then text me at like 4 a.m. and
it probably has a weird meaning, but like to me it seemed like the least weird thing that they've done the entire fucking time. So I was like,
well, okay. I would maybe put it in with like the good luck thing when she has to swallow the fish, but that would I don't know if it's like each
because literally a half hour someone was eating pubes and drinking period blood. So at this point, burying meat isn't that weird.
Well, I thought because I don't remember exactly what's there, but I was thinking it's like a poultry thing. Maybe it was in the artwork and like the stuff. Maybe there's something there, but I'd have to look back and see because
a grain and then like a slab of meat and then they crack an egg on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's breakfast, baby.
It looks like chicken because it looks a little like pinker than like what beef would be. Obviously, it looks like chicken, and then they crack an egg, which is what like a chicken would start out as an egg. So maybe it's like the cycle of life.
Yeah. Sorry, I just
kind of in the comment too.
I'm just loving Jessica's real-time comments as she's like, I'm starting to wonder what will finish first, her actual viewing of the film or us talking about the film. Like,
I don't know. She's about almost paralleled with us, so
she's really catching up to us. So I don't know. But yes,
we're about the length of the actual movie.
Yeah, we've surpassed that, and if we keep going like this, I don't know who will finish first. It really is a race to the finish here. I think what my suggestion is, Connor, is you should tomorrow morning you should go into the backyard and bury some grain, a piece of meat, and an egg, and just see what happens. You get weird.
I would if we had more than one chicken breast left in the freezer.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, maybe next time.
I would be very pissed off if I buried our last piece of chicken.
I think you should do that.
Where did the last piece of chicken breast go? And I'm like, oh, I buried it for.
Well, what you could say is if you want
it that for research.
If you want it that bad, I mean, it's in the backyard. And who knows what'll grow from it? Maybe you could eat that. And cool food review. There it is. Hashtag it. There you go. Just something to think about.
Something to think
about. We got very.
People love cool food reviews. I think that's a given at this point.
And there's nothing better than homegrown meat. So I just say give it a shot. Oh man, where are we? Christian. Yes.
Oh, since we're talking about Christian, though, I do want to rewind for like 2 seconds because.
Sure.
I know we don't need any more reasons why Christian is a complete asshole, but when they're in what?
No, let's talk about Christian.
Christian, yes, okay. Because I feel like this part, like it's kind of small, but like it made me really hate him a lot. Is when he goes into the hut to talk to the elder woman who's like super important. I forget her name. But they sit down and they talk about Maya, and not for 1 second does Christian say, I'm here with Danny. Did I give off a wrong impression? He instantly is like, oh, Maya, okay. Like, it doesn't even faze him for a second that they're asking him to, I mean, in a much bigger scheme, obviously have a baby with her, but also cheat on his girlfriend who he came there with. He doesn't mention her at all. He doesn't even seem fazed by it. It's just like, okay, I'm kind of interested. Like, and that's the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not like putting off major alarm bells in his head or anything. It's just like, and he's not even super high, which makes it so much worse. Like, this is before he's under that strong influence and he makes that decision. And like, that was the end of it for me. Like,
yeah, we have her name now, Civ. That's her name.
Civ, yeah.
I think that's the same woman that's at the ritual that Taylor was talking about. That is like, shut them up. Like, why? Yeah, I think that's the same woman. Yeah. And it's funny you bring this up because, like, that scene, I don't even hate him in. Like, that's not even the worst part about him. I feel like the worst part about him is that, like, right before that, how he's acting. I just think, like, he just keeps getting worse.
Well, he also very easily, like, you know, they separated her out. They're like, you're going to go with the women and you're going to do the festivities with them. And then you need to go talk to Civ. And he doesn't think like, okay, no, I'm going to stay with her, or like, well, she can come with me. Like, there's no moment where he's worried about leaving her. He's just like, okay, like, we'll split up. Fine. Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't even want to be there during like the dance.
Yeah.
Dancing. And even when I think this starts too, once she becomes May Queen and she goes off, you see him, he's the only person that's left behind.
Yeah.
The only one that is in the background, but everybody's following May Queen.
Mm-hmm. And it's no mistake, because I think again, to speak to what kind of the cult's ulterior motives, you know, it seems like it's just Maya who's, you know, infatuated with him and trying to put him under the spell. But once Danny gets taken away, it's like everybody was in on this the entire time. They literally make a pathway of flower petals leading to her and then pick him up, basically like sort of drag him along to that barn or that building where they're all waiting for him. Like, there's so much that went into this, so much planning and preparation.
And this goes back to when they were talking about the Vikings bringing women over. It's kind of like, was it the Vikings that brought the women over, or was it this community and its women that brought the Vikings over, use them to mate and create offspring, and then they sacrifice the Vikings?
Right. Yeah. At the very least, they've clearly
because Christian has no other purpose besides procreating with Maya, and then he's sacrificed.
And also, even introducing Danny to the group at all feels like, okay, we're bringing an outsider in. Everybody else got killed. But
I don't think it was Danny, or I don't think it was Christian's purpose to introduce Danny. And my theory will explain that.
Right. Okay. And yeah, we also kind of skated over, that when the book goes missing after Josh disappears, Christian's first instinct is to throw everybody else under the bus. Like, yeah. Like, I don't even really know it. Like, we're not even that close. Like, I don't really know him.
Friends. I'm like, yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like, immediately again, just willing to always turn it over on somebody else if it makes him look better, you know, regardless of the circumstances. He's just a fucking bastard in every instance he gets. And even still, this is where things get very complicated with how the audience is meant to feel about Christian, because I don't think there's really any way around it. We see him victimized in this moment. You know what I mean? He's led to that building. He's no longer he's and he's a dirty chocolate starfish. Thank you. He has no control over himself. He's definitely not consenting. He's under the influence, and he's got these highly manipulative people. Chocolate starfish. Fucking a classic Limp Bizkit. Oh man,
no, like great stuff in my head.
Been a long one, hasn't it? Been a long show. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's one of those days, baby. Kirsten's brought into this barn where they've again, and I remember reading that this was originally, I think the director's cut of it was an NC-17 film, and it becomes very apparent how that could. I'm still almost not sure how it wasn't, just based on how much is left in.
2 penises in this film, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of hog, a lot of full frontal.
Yeah, that's one thing I credit this movie for. It was not afraid to go whole hog. And if you know me, whole hog is the way to go.
Yeah.
Any movie that goes whole hog.
That's how Hereditary works.
At least 4-star movie in my book.
That's true. Great point. Hereditary goes whole hog as well.
Hereditary had a lot of really disturbing nudity.
Yeah.
Whole hog is great.
That's actually a great mention, Kayla. The way he uses nudity in his film, it's never really sexual. It never feels erotic when you're watching it. Like
almost,
it's like super goofy.
In Christian's case, we talked about where like after this, it's like all pity almost. And when he runs out of that barn, it's really shameful.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh yeah,
just gone whole hog.
No,
it's just like shameful. He's
lost.
Yeah,
he has no idea where he is.
Like anybody around him, and I feel like the people around him usually feed into his bullshit and give him this ego. So like when he was there, his walls were broken down, so he was like super small in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, I really truly don't think he even has any idea where he is or what's happening at this point. Like, I mean, literally they lead him into that room. There's this whole ritual. There's this is where we finally see like the first instance of like how they have these like empathetic chants where they like feel the other people's feelings and emotions. And you know, so there's just this chorus of people moaning and like they literally push him into her. They're making him throw like I mean he really is. I mean there's no really kind way to say it. I mean he really is basically being raped in this scene, you know, and it's I don't get the sense that he at this point has any agency in what's happening. He's just a tool that's being passed around.
Just a body. They need him for what they need him for, and it's very clear that he just becomes an object in this scene, and then from the rest on.
Because they do move him. They use his hips.
Yeah.
Do you
mechanically
think the kid that they have is going to be named after the like one of the two that were sacrificed? Because they mentioned something like that Civ mentions like, oh, they're going to be
unborn child.
Like, do you think that that's like what is happening there?
Yeah, because like I explained during the ritual, those two, the woman and the man, are to mirror like the journeys of Danny and Christian.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the woman that dies, like that name is going to be adopted by that child that's unborn, and the child that Christian produces, that child is going to adopt the name of the man that died.
Yeah. Did we ever see if she was a May Queen? Was that ever like a thing? Or
I don't think we have. I always assumed Civ was the last May Queen.
Really?
I always assumed that because she was the one leading. She was the one who gave out the torches and was like kind of in charge of everything. From the very beginning, we see her taking charge, like, and explaining the rituals with Father Odd.
Yeah.
So I think we're to assume she was the May Queen. Father Odd would be like the one that brought her there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Like Pele and Danny. Pele would be Father Odd, and Danny would be Civ.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I always assumed.
I never thought of it, but that makes sense.
But funny story today, we recently got, because I live in like an upstairs, downstairs kind of like duplex type thing. Recently got upstairs neighbors, and I always have the TV full blast, like level 40. And that ritual scene where they're all moaning with Maya, I was like, oh God, I have to turn this down.
That's how my house is. Someone lives above me, and I feel like I watched it yesterday to just regroup, and my TV is probably just as loud as yours. Older couple upstairs is probably like, what is going on?
Yeah, I was like, I have to turn this down.
So they're probably like, oh no.
It's like 11 a.m. I watched the first half before my dentist appointment, and I got to that point, and I was like, oh, I gotta turn this shit down.
Yeah.
It's not even like 1 p.m. Like, I have to turn this down.
And it is a bizarre, surreal, kind of haunting sound. There's no like eroticism. It's not romantic. Like, it's just this very weird sort of utilitarian, like, this is what we're here to do. We're gonna do it, and that's gonna be that. We're gonna get it over with. And like right when it is over, she like rolls back and is like, I feel the baby. I feel the baby. And it feels like that's when he kind of goes like, oh my God, what the fuck is happening to me? You know?
That woman them right like towards that moment. And they like finish doing what they're doing. And Christian, like that look in his face is like, oh my gosh. Like, and look, like you see what's surrounding you. And then he runs right out of there.
Yeah, but while that's happening, we see Danny seeing what's happening, and she starts sobbing. And
this is the best cinematic anything in the entire world.
Yeah, it's like
scene is just so well done. I think it's like one of my favorite scenes is actually, sorry for going back to Hereditary, is when her husband catches on fire when she throws the book into the fire. That's one of my the most well done scenes. But I think that when Danny finds or looks into the keyhole and sees that that's happening, that might top it for me. Like just that, and she goes out, throws up, and then you see that she's fully committed to this village and this community, to where that these people are in sync with her, rather than Danny being in sync with them at this point.
Yeah, because they explain why they do that, and it's so they can feel the pain or the pleasure with those people that are experiencing it. So it's a great dichotomy of like the women around Maya experiencing like the pleasure with her, with Christian, and then the women around Danny experiencing the pain of witnessing this.
Right.
With Danny. It's just like a great dichotomy of two different emotions being felt at the same time.
Sure. I thought it was interesting, like, when they came back from doing like the blessing of the crops and all that stuff, so Danny asks, what's going on in there, and the one girl who's kind of been like her friend through this is like, oh, we shouldn't, that's not for us. I don't think you should go over there. Was she really trying to stop her from seeing it? Like, did they want her to see that to break her away further, or were they actually trying to protect her at this point?
I think they wanted her to see it.
Wanted her to see it 100%.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like hopping back in, but I totally know where you guys are at, because I was thinking the same thing. They're not trying to hide that. They're like being very loud, very vocal, right?
They're also far away. Like the women that she's with are pretty far away.
Yeah. Oh my God. There's so much in this movie we missed when Pele kisses Danny. That's right. When she's first crowned.
I explained like the Father Odd and Civ, like they are Danny and Pele.
Yeah. Okay. I see
like,
that.
Yeah. So
I'm not done because I have like Pele like theory, which will be at the end. That will time what was just happened. Like,
I believe Father Odd brought Civ from another village, and she had someone. She had a Christian figure as well who was sacrificed and then ended up with Father Odd. And I think that's mirroring Danny and Pele and Christian.
Okay. All right. There's so much. God, it's so like overwhelming. This is why I knew it was going to happen. It's so overwhelming almost to even think and talk about the movie, because there's just so much.
Which kind of correlates into my theory as well.
I can't wait. We're going to have just like a theory time at the end here.
I love this episode. Can I just say that before we get to the end? I love this episode.
This is great.
It's going to run for probably like an hour itself.
Oh my God.
a little bit before this. We have theories. We shared like the idea, like the gist of it, but we didn't get into it. And we said we're going to talk about it on this episode. But like my theory runs around Pele, and then he has a theory. So.
Yeah, mine kind of runs around Pele too, because my purgatory theory. I have like another theory next to the purgatory theory. My purgatory theory is defunct. Like it's.
Our brains went crazy when we saw this movie. We were like, "Let's go, theory time!" So
immediately after we saw it, like opening night, immediately we were like, "Holy shit!"
There's, oh my gosh, there's so
like
much.
I said, I think that week is when we were on Twitter, like arguing with this dude who's just like, he took like. He was like, I think another photographer, and he just took a lot of like.
Well, this goes with the beginning when Taylor was talking about what Christian's doing. He used a word. He's doing something.
Yeah.
So it's obvious. Most people are going to see that Christian is gaslighting, obviously, everything towards Danny. And I feel like it was really funny because me and Connor saw this person tweeting. And I feel like there are people out there that are probably more of a Christian in the world.
And if you're a Christian, you don't know what you're.
Right. You're not aware of it. So I feel like this person was pretty similar to that. So it was actually pretty interesting reading this person's like view on the film. And I wasn't like hating towards like you have this like view on it as much as like.
Yeah, it wasn't like hateful. It was just like hearing how this guy like defended Christian. I was like, oh, you are Christian.
It was kind of like really, it was super distasteful in like what he was saying towards him thinking that Christian wasn't a bad character in this like development of character.
I think he said Danny demanded too much.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What I'm saying, when I go back to the beginning when we started this conversation, where Danny is meant to be like this crazy girlfriend.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be the crazy woman in the relationship. And that's a typical thing that people show in films, books, writing, TV, anything. And I think it was pretty typical for Ari to write somebody like that. But obviously there's a twist to it, as you may know, you've seen the film. But I think it's interesting that this person that we had a small conversation with would have the views of Christian wasn't the bad guy in the film. And I'm kind of curious who he thinks the bad person is, whether it's Danny or it's Pele or it's whoever. Because I feel like it was super eye-opening to hear that. But some of his opinions were kind of like, I don't know.
If I'm not mistaken, he was a photographer too, and all his photography was literally like, I'm not knocking this kind of photography because if you do it, it can be tasteful. But literally, all of his photos were literally women in like lingerie, and it's like, okay, you're literally just doing this to photograph women in lingerie.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people that watch this movie are either someone who has been Danny or someone who has seen this type of relationship, or they're Christian and they're totally unaware of how they treat people. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I think that it's hard to connect with the movie if you haven't had that experience, probably. Because I mean, a lot of people have had shitty relationships, but if you've really been to like this level of deceit and gaslighting, like you feel it. You completely feel it. Yeah,
it really is a very smartly written film. Really speaks to the realism.
It's literally a 2.5 hour like therapy session, because you could be like in Christian's shoes in the past, and then you watch this film and you're like, oh, that was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it really speaks to real life and how real, toxic or failing relationships can function. And that's what I meant earlier when I was like, it's not painting Christian in these broad strokes of him being so blatantly villainous. And it's like, he's not a good person, and he is very damaging for Danny. He's very unhealthy for her. but he's also is functioning like a lot of people actually do. And, it's interesting here. Somebody would project themselves onto Christian instead. And yeah, worst feeling ever is to be damaged by the person who you love. It's a great way to say it. And especially somebody who in this, Danny, who's so vulnerable, so alone, that's the one person that she should be able to rely on. And she can't, because he's secretly is just pulling away and contributing nothing the whole time. Yeah.
I was just saying, I think it's funny towards the part we're going into where Christian is in the wheelchair, and the only thing I could think about is when like people only care about people when they die. They don't care about them when they're alive. Is kind of like the foreshadowing situation of this, when Christian is he seems like he's caring about the things that are going on around him, because he's about to die.
Mm-hmm.
Aware of that, and it's kind of like this situation where they show that Christian and Danny are finally looking at each other, and Danny knows that she has his full attention, so she knows like, what can I do right now that I have Christian's full attention, and he sort of cares, I guess. What can she do? And it kind of relates on Pele saying like, I never dealt with loss, the feeling of loss, whatever. So she has that frown and she looks straight at him and does it. And then she goes straight into smiling at his death. And it's kind of like she's taking from Pele, like, I never had that feeling of loss. She never felt that with Christian. So she's like, there's no remorse, there's no feeling towards it, except that she is at ease now.
Yep.
Because she's losing something that she was carrying and waiting on her shoulders and her back. And I think that's one of the best scenes in the entire movie, is when they are looking straight at each other and he cannot do anything. He can't walk away.
It's too late. It's too late. He cares now because
he has the power in that situation.
Yeah, that's why he cares now, because he no longer has power. It's all selfishness.
He's literally like looking at her to save him, and she's like, you never did that for me.
Yeah. But after the sex ritual, he runs out and he's full hog.
And again, photographed very it's not, which I guess I read was actually the actor Jack Rayner's idea. Was that he was originally going to like throw his underwear on her. He was like, no, you should picture me completely naked and as exposed. It's embarrassing, it's humiliating, and because you don't see many you don't see male nudity often in films used as a reason to embarrass or be humiliated. So he's like, film me very unflatteringly. That's how the character feels. Show him as helpless and as out of no longer being in control as he truly is.
Yeah, and he realizes he's completely exposed.
Yeah,
like figuratively and literally.
Scary.
He doesn't go completely naked, and then he doesn't cover himself up until he runs towards that other house.
Which he gets into.
Right.
He sees Simon.
Don't forget, he also sees Josh's legs sticking out of the garden.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Sees his legs, and then sees Simon being like strung up, like almost straight out of Hannibal.
Yes, I'm glad you said it, because this whole thing actually reminds me a bit of Brian Fuller's Hannibal, just in the way that it's filmed.
Oh, yeah,
just like a beautiful arrangement, but it's so disturbing with the flowers and the way it's like strung up, and like an angelic kind of scene, and his lungs are like out of his back, and they're like, he's still alive because his lungs are good.
Well, that he's still alive.
Yeah.
And I think the most incredible thing about this entire film is that it's a daytime and it never truly gets dark. And I think that's like the funny situation about it, that it never gets dark, but like the entire film is like dark satire sort of situation.
Yeah,
sure. I also want to make mention of what's happening to Simon here. We keep going back to the Viking thing. What's happening to him is an actual
Viking ritual
method of torture and execution called a blood eagle. This is where they would actually do this: cut them both from the back and pull the lungs out of the cavity, and so it keeps harkening back to Viking practice and history, and it seems like those things are intertwined somehow. They're actually still implementing torture and execution methods that harken back to the Viking era. And yeah, again, very, very Hannibal-esque. I think Hannibal Lecter would be very fascinated with this community. He would be very comfortable there.
He would definitely seek out the person who did that and pick their brain, literally.
Yes. Yeah. Slowly take over the entire commune. Yeah. And then it's amazing. And then he turns around, and the guy just blows some dust in his face, just and knocks him out. Which I saw Jessica brought it up earlier. We missed it, which a great, funny, like when Christian's drugged out and he asks the old man, like, what's happening? And he just claps in his face. And he's like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Again, he's just so pathetic at that point.
Worst kind of person, like tripping and then just being like,
yeah.
You messed up.
Yeah, he's
like, just let him have a peaceful trip. Jesus Christ, you were that douchebag at the party, like trying to freak someone out when they're tripping.
He's like literally on Mars, and he's like, "Oh fuck you!" Like it's so rude. But yeah, knocks him out with his scary cult dust, and at this point, he's basically he's paralyzed. So whatever they've done to him at this point, it's really messed up. We never get into the specifics of what they've done to him, but I mean, this is the thing. The cult's clearly, yes, Danny is the one who finally has the initiative to choose what happens here, but the cult has totally orchestrated this into happening. Like they wanted her to see Christian being unfaithful. They wanted her to experience that betrayal, be upset by it. And we didn't, and of course her reaction to it, maybe when I stepped away, you guys talked about it, but then we have that amazing scene.
We haven't talked about it yet.
Okay, yeah, where she's sobbing and screaming and in so much pain because of what's happened, and the only person that she's got left in this world has betrayed her, and she's sobbing. And instead of like earlier in the film with Christian, who's just kind of awkwardly is sat there, and doesn't know what to do or handle the situation, they all move around her and surround her, and they're all like taking her pain in and echoing it and sort of mimicking it. And it's very, very strange. I feel like you almost see her even pause, like, what the fuck is happening? And so it's like she's not alone. They're there in that moment and willing to walk through her pain with her. And she's never had that. She's never had somebody who she could experience that with together. But at the same time, this whole thing was orchestrated by them too. Nothing has been left up to chance. They're wanted her
to, but they're not.
Yeah. This is the moment that they've been orchestrating the whole time, because had it not gone that way, when it gets time, she's got her big make. Now she's not even it's not even just a headdress. Now she looks like a literal fucking monster. She's carried in this huge thing of flower, like just weighed down by this massive flower. She's got like these weird kind of prongs coming off her head. She's
just covered in foliage to her neck. And
that's it. And Jessica said, I believe the scene where they're all sobbing is a community. Yeah, that's one of her favorite scenes. And I would say, it's one of the most unique, powerful scenes. It really is, like, I think one of the most impactful things that you take away from it. Just one of those images that lives in your mind. It's one of those things. It's one of those moments where I'm like, I've never seen anything like this,
Right. And I feel like that scene too is super tasteful, because being just a human being, any gender, any person, you want something like that to, I guess, in pertaining to whether it's heartbreak or being hurt or feeling like you're alone or feeling like you're not a part of anything. I was saying earlier when you were off that this is the first time that you see rather Danny joining into a community. The community is in sync with her. For the first time, it kind of seems like that. I'm not sure if that is true or not, but that's what I kind of viewed on that. Mm-hmm. And what I was going before, like anybody would want to feel that, because especially when you see her sobbing when her parents or her family dies and gets murdered. Obviously, it's a really, really tragic thing for her. She's crying, screaming, but Christian doesn't have any reaction towards it. So in this scene, I feel like it's a redemption scene, and that's why it's so important in the film, because she has so many people around her that are reacting the same exact way that she's reacting towards loss, I guess, situation. So I feel like that was another, I feel like there's a lot of foreshadowing in this film. And that one's really, really important because, I mean, yeah, it's really, really cool to see and hear because it's like, like Taylor said, it's something he's never seen before. I've never seen something like that before either. And it's really, really tense to the point where like I felt like my chest was super heavy watching this part every single time. But it was kind of like when it was happening for the second, third, fourth, fifth time I've seen the film, I feel like every time that it goes into that scene now, I'm feeling like I'm joining that pact of womanhood. And I feel like I think it is a feminist sort of thing too. I don't know if Kayla agrees with me. Connor, Taylor, you can agree, obviously, even if you're not a woman, that feministic acts in films are really hard to, I guess, create. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but it is hard to create and be like super natural and super like tasteful in the sense that
No, absolutely. Even with a male director and writer,
right.
That's like why I brought you in on like the film we're doing. Like it's based around like a couple, and I was like, I need a female perspective on a female character.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's really unique about Ari Aster in general because he had a female lead in, I mean, he's had female leads in a lot of his work.
mm-hmm.
Hereditary being the main one that people have seen. I mean, I don't know if they've seen his shorts, but Toni Collette bringing in Hereditary.
Is that a nominate Toni Collette shirt?
Yeah. But, yeah, so I feel like just a male, like Connor was saying, a male director bringing in something like that. And for women to, or even non-binary people to see something like this and be like, wow, this was done extremely well and well written is huge for any part of the film community.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Ari Aster really did that with Midsommar because like Hereditary, yeah, whatever, but just in Midsommar, this particular scene and the scene where Danny is smiling at the end, the final scene of it, I felt like was exactly what we needed to see, especially towards like just gender, just like hatred towards gender from the entire time that anybody's been living for as long as I can even say. I'm only 26 years old, but feeling that scene was one of the best feelings I've ever felt in like the entire time, like all of my years that I've been interested in film and writing. And that's why I really, really enjoy Ari Aster's work. And I'm really excited to see what he does in the future. Even if it isn't with female leads, I feel like he is so strong with writing female leads that it's like super, super like amazing to feel and see for a woman or non-binary. I mean, not to discredit men, but it's really cool for him to have faith in female actresses to take part of things that he's felt. Like you said, he wrote it about a breakup. I think that is a very interesting take on a breakup, to have like the opposite sex do a role of something that's so important to him inside. And you don't see it much. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. And I've been watching movies, like I said, for as long as I can remember, my whole entire life, 26 years. But this particular film really showed me that it's not always bad for a man to be able to write that. And I think that men have ruined it for us in the past, but this kind of showed me I can't have like less faith in the future of writing that.
Absolutely.
I think that comes from how personal I think his films and his stories clearly are. You know, it's not just projecting him. I'm going to make a cult movie. You know, I'm going to find out these crazy ways to heighten it and make it scary and surreal. It's starting at that. You know, what feels personal and what feels honest to Ari Aster. You know, and where is he at in his life in that moment? And as I understand it, he was actually going through a breakup. So, you know, these aren't just, you know, fictional conversations. These are probably iterations of things that he's had or feelings that he's felt. And I think that, to your point, that really comes across in the material, or doesn't. This one definitely is a different one. And because of that, it hits people in a lot of different ways. I think that's part of why it was so polarizing. And as I've heard, you know, from Connor and Paige, the experience you had with somebody who placed themselves in the film in a way that's very unusual and almost kind of telling on themselves in a way, you know. These are very well crafted characters who feel very true to life. And I echo your sentiment 100%, Paige. I love hearing those kinds of insights into when we talk about these movies, you know, really personalized accounts of how they made you feel. Now, obviously, we've kind of entered the final scene here, and I, you know, probably don't need to set it up too much, but of course, Danny is the May Queen. It's the end of their celebration, right? There's going to be 9 ritual sacrifices at the end, and it's tradition for the May Queen to choose the final one. Half of them are all the outsiders that they've killed already, who they've reduced into kind of these horrifying straw dolls. Half of them.
And they explain there's 4 more souls that need to be offered. Mm-hmm. There's 2 that are voluntary offers, and then there's 2 more.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I almost because you're right. There's 2 more to pick, and just her movie really is going to finish before we do. They literally play fucking like lottery to get it's such a funny device that they have this like bingo machine with all these balls in it.
And they pick the person, and then that man has no reaction to having the dollar. He walks up, just a straight face. Yeah, that's literally what
who's being offered tonight.
No.
It's so funny that they just have that sitting around. Like, where did they get that from? The bear's weird, but where did they get that from? Like, somebody went down to the store, you know?
Like, it's even crazier that, like, they just have no, like, even when he's picking the name, you see the crowd of, like, the people in the village and the community, and they have no reaction except when somebody's picked or they're, like, naming things that are going on. They're just clapping, and they're super happy about it. So they're like, this is they're clapping. They're like, this is great. Like, good job. Like Ingmar, they're like, yeah, Ingmar has announced that he is going to sacrifice himself. And you just see everybody.
Fantastic.
This is the best thing that could have ever happened. We love this.
Right.
We love when this happens.
Indicate that they believe in reincarnation. So, I mean, that's, you know, they're probably heavily like, okay, it's not the end of their life, really. Mm-hmm. They're not, they don't care.
I just can't get over that. They pick a dude's name out of a basket, and he's just like, well, I guess it's my year. This is mine, you know? Did we notice that the woman that leads Mark away is all beat up? I did not notice that.
I did not notice that.
Mm-mm. I never noticed that if she was beat up, but I was going to bring up that she is crying. And I'm wondering if she actually did like Mark and she's crying about the fact that he's dead, but she's crying it's very intentional that you see her crying right before the scene where you see them stuffing Christian and the bear. You see her like being consoled by someone and she's crying. And I'm wondering if like maybe she was into Mark as like she wanted to mate with him or something. I don't know.
Who could like Mark? I don't believe that.
I feel like maybe Mike is fighting back, and that's what he says.
Do you think she wanted to be in Maya's place?
Maybe. I think Kayla might be onto something.
There's something there. I just don't know what it is.
Maybe she wanted to be in Maya's place where she was gonna give birth to like another generation for this community. But ultimately she had to sacrifice that person.
Yeah. And then this is it. It's time for Dani to choose, and she can choose between some random guy she's never really had any interactions with, or her boyfriend that she came here with,
who has never shown her an ounce of grief, consolation, literally anything.
Yeah. I feel like at that point she's like, it's really not hard for me to pick.
Yeah, and it's the decision that they've driven her to as well. I mean, that's the kind of other layer to it that I picked up this time, where I was like, damn, even when it feels like she's finally in control, at the end, they really all navigated into this moment. They've always been in control this whole time,
and they've been carefully guided.
Yeah.
Like, even though Christian was kind of like in control in a way, and she was thinking she was free from that at this point, she really was not.
That's why I think there's kind of like this situation where Dani flips and she's in Christian.
Cool.
Yeah. Where Dani is sort of more Christian and then Christian is more Dani towards this end, because he is in the wheelchair and he can't walk, talk, really do anything. He can't even like have expressions. So then Dani like takes advantage of that and gives him what she wants to give him, which is like the frown. And then she goes into like when she can see him through that temple, the sort of thing that they're in. And she gives him that smile right after. And I think that ties into when Christian was himself and he was super monotone, didn't have like much expression or emotion. And Dani was like, this is how it feels. And she was slowly dying inside. So it's kind of like this other foreshadowing situation where she's looking at him and she's giving him what she's always wanted to do. But she doesn't have to use words, and she takes that from Christian. Like, he never had to use words or do anything like that, to where she felt like she was too loud or too, I guess, strong in that factor. So she takes what Christian was doing and she does it, and that's why she smiles. And it's this kind of like funny scene, because I know that Ari Aster did some sort of I think it was the A24 podcast, where he wanted people to laugh at that scene. He wanted people to feel like it was like this funny situation or comical ending. And I think that's what Dani's intentions were originally. So I kind of grasped onto that idea from when I heard him say that, because she does that thing where Pele was saying, I never had time to feel lost. And she was exactly feeling in that moment, oh, I don't have time to feel lost, so I'm going to smile and laugh it off.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like a really, really strong point into Dani's character development as well as Christian's before he died.
Something that really kind of struck me this time, because now we've gotten, yes, they've placed the bodies in the sacrificial home. Christian's in a fucking bear costume. That must feel great. Which I also have seen people kind of interesting compare to the Wicker Man remake, where Nick Cage is running around. Obviously, this is invokes the original Wicker Man, but that he runs around in a bear suit in that, just a weird parallel. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. Yeah, he's stuffed into this bear, disgusting pelt, and they're all placed in this building where they're going to be, immolated. They're going to be burned to death. And what really struck me, I think that kind of, for me, sinks how sort of diabolical the cult really is in the end, is when they're speaking to the two people who are still the voluntary tributes, who are aware that they're there, they're not paralyzed, they're already dead, and they give them the U from the tree or whatever it is. They give them that kind of drops. This will take away your pain and this will take away your fear, and you'll be completely tranquil and complacent when the fire envelops you. And not at all. It's a total fabrication. It's a complete lie. And as they light the place up, as soon as the flames engulf them, it's just the most horrified shrieking and screaming as they burned at that. They've been fooled. I feel like that little moment at the end really kind of seals the deal on how these people function, is that they aren't really operating on any sort of like sacred, heightened level than anybody. Like they're just kind of making shit up, like you kind of see their hand at the end.
By someone who was inbred forcefully, who's looked at as a god.
Yes, like they're just as foolish and manipulative and sinister as anybody else in the story.
Because we see in this scene Ruben making more shit up, just slapping his hand on the page, and writing symbols that the elders are forced to interpret.
Yes, it's great too. With you, we purge our most unholy effects. Damn. Yeah.
Yeah. Which goes into my theory with Pele, and I think Ruben is in it too, with how he just makes shit up and everybody is just left to interpret it.
So let's first I'll ask two things before we dip into theory time, because we've dedicated so much to theory time here, so we'll definitely have to hear those theories. But of course, we pull out of the flaming building. First of all, we have this great, again, I think kind of meant to be hilarious shot of, because Danny just looks so ridiculous. She looks like a big slug as she's like trying to move across the field while the building burns, and we see her crying out. She's feeling pain. It's like she snapped out of it for a second and realized I just sent Christian off to the gallows and they burned him to death. She snaps out of it for a second and she cries and she's in pain and anguish, and then she looks around and sees everybody else not only feeling her pain, I think, but also the pain of the people inside. Mm-hmm. They're like taking that in themselves, and it's such a ridiculous, visual, because everybody's just freaking out and flipping around and screaming.
She's finally like, someone is feeling what I'm feeling with me. Something I wanted from Christian this whole entire time, and I'm finally getting that from a family here. Like Pele said, I had a family here. She has a family here now who is feeling her pain and her loss.
Mm-hmm. What do we think about, because she finally smiles, right? And that's such an interesting shot to end it on, such an interesting tone to end it on. The music is playing real big and triumphant. It's this really stirring moment. She finally smiles, and it's the first time we've seen her. Well, not since she was crowned May Queen, she's basically been silent and frowning and sobbing the entire last 20 minutes of the film.
Yeah,
she finally relents and smiles. What do we think that is about? Like, what do you think she is experiencing? What I also am more interested in is, do you think that this movie has a happy ending?
I don't think it's a happy ending, but I think it's happy for her. I think she's finally let go of her pain, and she's feeling like she has a family and people to feel what she feels with her. Something she just desperately needed all along. Christian never grieved with her or felt with her, never really, like Pele said, held her since the beginning of the movie, but never really cared to do that. Does that make sense? So I think in that brief moment, she's happy. I don't think it's a happy ending, because this is just going to happen again.
Yeah. Kayla and Paige, I'd love to hear how you feel about the ending of this film and what you think it means for Danny as a character. Like I never want to know definitively, but I also can't help but wonder, as soon as it's over, what happens next for Danny. Like, what is the next day like? What does the rest of her life look like there?
Awkward.
Well, Civ and Father Odd obviously are going to jump off the cliff within the next few years.
Yeah,
I think it's a happy ending.
Yeah, me too. I mean, but that's like, that could be also because like it's her, the female perspective of like getting out of that situation, knowing that this person who essentially has caused her, I mean, maybe even as much pain as losing her family, Christian, by being a bad person to her, is causing the same amount of pain. Because it's like, he might not be abandoning her, but she's watching him disconnect. she's watching him look at other people. She's, you know, she's witnessing all these things and it's torturing her, but you know, obviously we've talked about she can't leave him, and that's like how all abusive, toxic relationships are, you know, is a lot of the times you just can't get out of it. And like when I first saw, well, not maybe the second time, it was first or second time I saw this movie, and I was able to connect with the fact that like this is way more about their relationship than anything else that's going on. Cause I mean, at face value, like you see it and you're like, this movie's fucked. And then I watched it again and it's like, okay, so it's like focused on this relationship.
Yeah, there's so many layers.
Yeah.
And my theory will explain why it's not a happy ending, but for Danny and her journey, it is absolutely a happy ending.
Yeah, I mean, like I see it as like her moving, you know, if just like on a very like one-dimensional level, it's her getting out of that relationship and it's her finding a new family, you know, like the two things that she needed. But like the when I realized this movie was all about those two, and I really like honed in on all his little things that he was doing to her, like to gaslight her and manipulate her. It felt like I had a 3-hour long panic attack of just like, oh my God, I've felt this before. I've been this before. I've seen people do this to me before. And it's just like, it's hard at the ending to even look at her like she's in the wrong. It's just like, yeah, she's moved on and she's finally gonna have the family she wants, and she's gonna have the freedom from this guy who's been holding her back.
I'm also kind of the mind that in the moment it feels very triumphant when you watch it, right? It feels something to celebrate for her. You feel happy for her. But I do also, and I didn't experience this till I watched it this time. I remember the first time it was very like, hell yeah, good for you, Danny. Good for you. But this time I watched it and I was like, she is out of that abusive relationship. But now she's entered this entire system that I don't think there is an escape from ever.
Yeah.
They will if your intent is to escape, they'll figure you out, and then you get put in the garden or have your lungs pulled out, or you know, it's like there's just she's caught, she's leaving one manipulative system that she has no power over into the next, unless I don't know.
Unless
again,
she actually just puts her whole self in it, unless she just like completely buys into this whole thing.
And she might, because that's the thing, and you know, so much of this film is Danny's vulnerable, she's grieving, she's alone, and she's isolated. That's who cults actually target.
I don't think she will eventually relent to this cult.
You don't think so? Well, let's get into it then. Let's get into it. You know, let's hear your
I want to hear Paige, because Paige didn't. Do you think it's a happy ending?
I think it's a happy ending. Only because I feel like most people that are going to watch this film are going to want what's best for Danny rather than Christian. Like Kayla said, it is on their relationship. The more you watch it, you tend to focus on the relationship. And what's best for Danny is for these people to be gone. And I guess in this situation, if they're dead, that's the only way that these people are going to be gone, because it's such a toxic back and forth situation. And Danny will probably never get out of it unless that they are dead. And I think this community sees that. So with my theory on Pele being behind it,
Same.
Pele works on getting rid of these people for her. And obviously has a sketch of her as May Queen. She becomes May Queen, yada, yada, yada. But I think that he has a big influence on Danny. So the things that happen throughout the film are influenced from him.
Yes. I real quick. This is why I think it's like a happy ending for Danny in this moment. All the things he said, like they needed to be gone. Pele noticed that they needed to be gone. I agree that Pele is behind everything. My theory is Danny's parents were part of this cult before Danny and her sister were born. They escaped. That's why I don't think Danny will be long for this community, because I believe Pele murdered her sister and her parents.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
The flower crown on the.
Said the same exact thing when I told her about like my theories on this. She said the same exact thing.
We see the flower crown on the nightstand. The wallpaper is the yellow flowers that are represented throughout the movie. I believe Pele wanted Danny back, even though the parents left. So his mission from the community was to bring Danny back. This is the offspring of these two members of the community that left. Or maybe it was just the mom and she was pregnant with Danny and left and then gave birth outside the community. Because straight from the beginning, we're meant to think that this is like a community, not a cult. But there's a lot of allusions to cults. When they first arrived, Mark said, "I didn't know we were coming to Waco," which is a famous cult. The Heaven's Gate allusion with Josh and his New Balances and the blanket over him right before he dies. So I believe Pele killed the parents and the sister, and that was a way to get Danny to come back and to be back where she belonged, part of this community where she was conceived. Danny knew how to communicate, so it's like part of the bloodline. She knew how to communicate with the other women. And I believe absolutely that about Danny and Christian, but underneath that, I believe it's absolutely a cult. And Danny was brought out of that cult, but ultimately brought back in. But I think, like they said, it's a cycle. So I think it's not an absolute definitive happy ending for her. At this moment, it is a happy ending, but I think eventually she'll live that cycle that her parents lived and end up escaping after having or conceiving Pele's child, and then it's just going to be a cycle. And this is going to keep happening. So yes, there is happy endings, but there's also going to be a lot of pain and suffering that goes into it.
I think it's easy to blame the sister for the death because obviously there's trace of everything that she's mentally ill. So I think people saying the theory of Pele being behind the murder of that is very easy to believe that it was set up the way that it was set up. But then you watch it and you kind of think like, how does Pele like know what to say to Danny? Because he says things at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he knows exactly where Danny's at in certain timelines of this film. And you see that starting from when they're all in the room together for the first time. And he says, by the way, like, I'm really sorry for your loss. And then gets into the second conversation that they have where he says, I never had time to feel lost. So it's like, it's pretty easy to get into, I guess, that Pele is behind some of the things that happen or everything that happens. So I think your theory is actually pretty close, if not correct. I just don't know whether he's a part of the murder or not. I don't know. That's always been on my mind, but I can't think of like how that constricted or how that I don't know. But
at the very least, Pele is, to me, if you had to really pick the real, if you had to single out a villain in this, the second time through, I was like, Pele's that motherfucker. He's really the one. He's really the one. If you needed to point, I mean, it's much more complicated than that naturally. But as far as the cult goes and what happens and the demise that everybody has, he's setting that up, and he's doing so very sweetly. And he is also, yes, Christian is very manipulative towards Danny and their relationship. But then Pele is manipulative of all of them and making them question their own reality. And the cult is also, never letting them get their bearings, never letting them get comfortable, always making it unclear whether they're in a drug trip or this is real. Like the entire world that they step into is no longer their own, and that is also being manipulated around.
That goes into the whole, this is actually a cult, and
It's for sure a cult.
Because they're just making shit up as they go.
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever been a set rules, because they even say there's like the elder Fakrun, or whatever they call their books. There's the elder, and then the like the new ones made up by Reuben. Like, it's just all made up.
Yeah.
There's no set like tradition or ritual. Like, it's all made up.
Why do you think they make it up, I guess, is the big question.
Because it's a cult and they don't really believe in anything besides how to manipulate people.
I believe that they believe in it. I believe that they believe in it, but for sure, I don't think that they're tapping into anything truly bigger than themselves. At the end of it, they are just sort of charlatans, even though they don't realize it, I don't think.
Ultimately, it's about
like
control.
How would Pele have done that, though? Because if he was like there doing the messages, because her sister was sending her messages, and they were all out together getting pizza when they were found. Like, why? But also, like, why would he? I mean, even if the timing like lined up where it happened a while ago, and then the cops showed up or whatever, why would he even email her and risk her maybe driving over there and stopping it before it was completed? Because like her sister was emailing her like for a bit, and then Danny was responding for a bit. So like, why, if he was doing that to like make it seem like the sister was going to kill them and commit suicide, he's like risking her going over there and seeing what he's doing, right?
Maybe he knew that Danny, like in the past, never took it so far to go over there.
I think it's also laying like a trail of evidence. Like this girl has like a mental illness. They even say she had bipolar, but I have bipolar and I've never thought about a murder suicide. So I mean, that's not to discredit mental illness. It's just I have bipolar and I've never thought about that. So I think that's like a very extreme end to it, where obviously maybe she was pushed to that point, or it was literally just fabricated by Pele.
Yeah, I think the way the sister like is set up, because the sister could have killed the parents, like you see the parents, whatever, and like what's happening with the car. But the way that the sister is set up with the tape around her and it's suctioned to her mouth and stuff like that, obviously she had to start the car. It's like to make that happen. It like kind of seems like it's set up.
Mm-hmm.
Like it seems like somebody else did it to her.
Like all the tubes are taped to the ground and everything. It seems very intricate for someone to do by themselves without waking up the parents.
It just seems like, how did the sister handle, I guess, from turning the car on to getting to her room, setting up the computer there or whatever. It just looks, I don't know, it kind of looks strange.
Yeah, starting the car, I don't know if you've ever undid like a like piece of duct tape, but that shit's loud.
Mm-hmm.
On top of unrolling these like plastic tubes, which are also very loud, and starting the car, like all of this is super loud, and the parents don't wake up.
Well, it's weird because Danny,
she has to send messages to Danny. Like this is a lot going into something that seems like very in the moment.
Well, it's weird that Danny calls and they don't wake up, and you think that they're dead, like when you see the rest of the scene. But the parents are breathing in that first.
Yeah, the parents are breathing. Yep.
Nothing happened. So, like, how are they not hearing that? So then I think they set it up to, like, they wouldn't hear that everything else is going on. That's why they put the loud ringing in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like she set it up and everything was going on. But then that, like, defeats the purpose of, I guess, the rest of the scene. I don't know.
I don't know that I can buy that Pele's there, you know. I do think definitely from the point where he's the one who obviously encourages Danny to come with them, and once they get to Sweden, it's his show. You know, there's no questioning that. I don't think it's the cult show. You know, obviously
it's the crown of flowers that sends it for me next to the parents. That's what makes me think it was Pele all along.
Well, I'm thinking that the crown of flowers could also be like, I mean, it could either be that or it could just be like that was there because, like you said, like the mom was possibly a part of that community. Maybe that was something that she had as like some sort of, you know, symbol to her because she had it on like the picture frame or whatever. I mean, I think it could be either way. I think that the sister could have pulled this murder-suicide off because, you know, she could have put that because she even said if it was her in the email, she said like mom and dad are gone and I'm joining them. So like she knew she set it up for them to be killed first. She did like she turned on the car and the exhaust was in their room first. And then she set herself up after.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You definitely see the flowers. And again, I don't think it's by any means a coincidence or an accident, you know, that those are there. They're definitely placed there. But I do think it's more along the lines of like the portrait of the bear hanging over her as she's mourning, you know. It's foreshadowing, but not, you know, that would be coincidental within the narrative of the movie. You know, it's not like Pele came in and hung the painting up, you know, as an omen or something, right? They're just, to me, those things are just kind of those little cinematic devices, those kind of winks at the audience that they won't even be able to process yet. I'm totally on board with Pele, you know, being sort of the architect of the plan, and you know it is his role to find these outsiders and bring them back to the community and figure out how to assimilate them or sacrifice them. But I do think there is still a little bit of chance in it that he found the people that he did, and that Danny did become so isolated and vulnerable when she did. I do think that's maybe still something that happened by chance. But he absolutely does latch onto it as soon as it happens and recognizes it. You know what I mean? He definitely sees the potential because of that somebody that you would single out to join your cult, right? Because that's how it is. You find the people who are vulnerable and isolated, and you tell them the things that you need. We're going to fill the void that's in your life. We're going to give you the things that you're missing that make you feel incomplete, and we're going to provide them for you. And that's totally what I think they do with Danny once she gets there, which is why I don't feel like it's a super happy ending at the end, even if she's gone on a journey, she's still in a situation she's not in control of, unfortunately. And I saw, let's see, he intentionally invited the guys for sacrifice. He got lucky that Danny came along and she ended up becoming May Queen. I believe he encouraged her coming because he saw the opportunity for her to becoming Queen. Yeah, she's just somebody that's perfect for them to target, you know, and bring in, and then who knows from there. Then they're singing and dancing and burying meat. So who knows? Who knows?
Well, I don't know, because when Christian picks up the phone and talks to Danny about like my sister sending kind of like these vague messages, they talk about it as if they've discussed this before with Pele. Like, Mark even says, like, we've already talked about this. Like, you need to end it and, like, find someone that actually enjoys sex or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, doesn't make you jump through hoops. Like, it's discussed as if they've already talked about it already with Pele, because Pele's been there for a while, right?
I mean, I think assumed, yeah. If they went to school together, yeah.
Yeah. So they've been there for like at least a semester,
right?
Like a few months. So Pele's had these discussions with them, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think what
leaves it. I don't think it was entirely happenstance that all this happened.
Because what's interesting to me is that they're pushing Christian more towards ending the relationship, right? Is what they're doing, and then this happens and disrupts everything. It disrupts how Christian has to navigate going forward, and to me, I feel like it is an unexpected twist in what's going on for them, and
which is Pele's heard them like push him towards to ending the relationship, but Pele's best interest is not to, and to have her come with Christian. She wouldn't do that if Christian ends the relationship. The only way to get him stuck in the relationship is if she has a significant loss and he's forced to be there, in his mind, forced to be there to console her and be there for her.
Yeah. I can see it. I guess for me, it feels too movie villain for me a little bit. It feels too like twiddling your fingers in the corner, like it's all going according to my. It just feels a little too out there. Not to say this movie's not out there. Oh my God, bro. It just feels almost a little too out there.
Hard to orchestrate for Pele.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit difficult, but
I don't know, but it's a theory, And there's...
I mean, we've heard stories about Scientology, the lengths they go to for people that get out of Scientology.
Right.
Sabotaging their careers, going after their families.
By the way, I have a lot of thoughts on that too.
Like Scientologists will go after you.
Messed up.
Great lengths.
Yeah.
If you try to escape.
Yeah.
So, this is a cult that goes further than Scientology.
They're committed to their bit.
Sacrificing people.
That's for sure.
Who says that they wouldn't send someone outside to be like, hey, you need to get this person back here. Kill the people that left the cult and then bring back their offspring.
Yeah. And then, don't think anybody gets it at heart. And that's a fair point too. That's why I don't feel happy at the end, because I'm like, Daddy doesn't get to have a normal life anymore. She's a cog in their machine. Well, hey, look, we're just about to cross the 4-hour mark here. Oh my fucking God. This is not only the longest episode of Really Scared from this year, this is the longest episode, period. And I won't speak for anybody else, but I know I'm getting a little tired. So let me ask before we wind down here. I don't know if there possibly could be, but is there anything left in Midsommar that we haven't discussed that we'd still like to?
I don't think so. Spent 4 hours discussing it.
Yeah, we've done it. I think we've done it. I think it's time to bury the meat. Oh my gosh!
Don't say
Real quick, how many sacrifices out of 5 sacrifices?
Ooh.
Oh gosh.
6 out of 5.
Oh man, I've been thinking of it as a 4, but I really can't think of anything I would do differently or criticize the film for. So
I came in thinking 4 sacrifices. I might have to give it 5.
I think I'm putting 5 flower crowns on. You know what I'm saying?
Flower crowns. There we go.
It's a fantastic film. What do we think, guys? How many crowns?
Absolutely 5.
5s.
So much.
5s. All right. No, we can't start over. We can't start over. No, I'm sorry.
All right, guys, take it from the top.
Last time Kayla was on this channel, we streamed for 12 hours, and we're a third of the way there.
I spend too much time here, clearly.
Yeah. Oh my God, this has been one hell of a ride. This has been a journey. I feel like we've fucking gone to Sweden. Jessica started the film in the middle of our episode, finished the film before the episode was over. I mean, I can't. There's no other time that would have been possible.
Seriously.
But hey, if you did miss the live show, the broadcast immediately goes up on our YouTube. Who Are They Real Entertainment, and the audio will be up shortly on our audio channels, iTunes, Spotify, etc.
We've released it live that it plays pretty much along the lines of the movie. So you can watch the movie, listen to the podcast. It's like a live commentary.
I think you could even do it with the director's cut at this point. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we did that too, kind of.
Yeah. Oh man, what a ride it's been. First of all, Kayla, Paige, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for bringing this film to us so we could discuss it. I mean, it was clearly one worth talking about. I don't think I need to say as much. Before we call it a night.
What do we got next week?
Oh, yes. Let's set up next week. Before we call it a night, next week, we'll be doing something a little different, very different film. We're going to be joined by horror host, The Mummy and the Monkey, Cleveland's own host of the Harry Scary Hangout, to talk about perhaps the most infamous B movie, So Bad It's Good, Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space. It's going to be awesome. What a different turn from this one. Can't wait to talk to them. I'm so excited that we're going to have them on the show.
Then in 3 hours, Saint Maud goes up on Epix.
That's right. Yep. Saint Maud's going up on Epix in a couple hours here, and we're going to be talking about that on the 25th.
Another A24 film that is sure to be as divisive as Midsommar, I'm sure.
I haven't heard about this one yet.
Yeah, it was supposed to come out last year. Got like anything else, delayed, and it's coming. It's somewhere in a theater right now, I think, wherever you can go. But also, yeah, it goes up on Epix tonight, which
you can get 2 months for 99 cents.
Yeah, I mean, for that price, why wouldn't you check it out? So yeah, that's Plan 9 next week with Mummy and the Monkey, and then we're doing an episode on Saint Maud on the 25th.
Possibly some guests on that episode.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's not show our hands too early here.
I'm not showing my hands. I'm just saying. Possibly.
We're working on something. Then make sure to, if you're not already, stay tuned on the YouTube channel because we just had 2 real reviews go up. Matt Thomas himself put up a review for, Connor, do you know how to pronounce this?
The Mauritanian.
There he goes. Thank you, Matt. Who even knew he was here? That was amazing. It was like we summoned him. Mauritanian, real review up live on the YouTube channel right now, as well as, I can say this one, Judas and the Black Messiah.
Also goes up in a few hours.
That's right. 2 real reviews available on the YouTube channel right now. So you can head on over there and watch those immediately. Audio will also be going up on our audio channels momentarily.
We said at the top of the episode, check out the bonus episode of Reely Scared that went up a couple days ago.
John Evernall, had a blast talking to him. First School coming in. You keep putting the plugs in at the last.
We're over 4 hours.
WretchedApparel.com, promo code Reely Scared for 10% off. It helps the show out. We love it so much. And then finally, Kayla, Paige, where can all the good ghouls and goblins find you out there on the internet?
Somewhere. Twitch sometimes, that's about it.
It's twitch.tv/KaylaMarieTea. I'll of course put the link in the description after we end the night. Paige, anywhere you'd like the great people to find you.
Farrow Visuals. That's it.
Farrow Visuals on Instagram, and that is spelled like a Pharaoh, not your last name, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Just make sure everybody knows how to find you. And I'll put that link in the description as well. Oh my gosh, what a night. What a conversation. What a movie. Again, thank you so much, Kayla and Paige, for joining us. Thank you for everybody who tuned in, who watched, who commented, who watched the entire movie through the runtime of our episode. What a great night. What a great time. We'll see you next week for Plan 9 from Outer Space. Stay spooky out there, my friends. Good night.